right, guys, Samia here with another Fox 10 News Now update. We're kicking these off by playing this Ted Cruz, Carly Fiorina press conference. This happened about an hour ago. Carly and Ted both addressing the media this morning. We're going to go ahead and play this for you now. Let's hear what they have to say.
Country with real policy solutions to bring jobs back to America, to bring manufacturing jobs back to the state of Indiana, to raise wages for working men and women, to expand opportunity for young people. At this point, the two critical issues are, number one, positive solutions to jobs, freedom, and security, and number two, unity. We are seeing the Republican Party unite behind this campaign this week. I announced my vice presidential nominee, Carly Fiorina, an incredibly well-respected business leader, someone who rose from being a secretary all the way to being the CEO of the largest technology company in the world, the first woman CEO of a Fortune 20 company in history. Carly is someone who has shattered glass ceilings her entire life. She is someone that is ready to step in and lead and to be an integral part of this team, providing a vision to bring jobs back to America, to raise wages, to expand opportunity, to turn around the disaster of the Obama-Clinton economy, and also to defend the Constitution and Bill of Rights and to keep America safe, to defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We need a commander-in-chief who is up to the task, who understands the threats facing this world, and is prepared to do everything necessary to keep America safe. Carly.
Well, thank you. I was so delighted to be in Indianapolis when I accepted with great humility and pride, both at the same time, the offer to serve as Ted Cruz's running mate. I think we are engaged in a fight for the soul of our party. I think values and principles and policies actually matter. And I don't think you can just slap an R on your jersey and say that you're a Republican, much less a conservative. Donald Trump doesn't represent me, he doesn't represent my party, and I don't think he represents the people of the Hoosier State. And both he and Hillary Clinton will be disastrous.
All right, everyone, we're actually going to cut out of this, take you live to Indiana. We are expecting the governor to make a big announcement. He's expected to endorse Ted Cruz. We're going to go ahead and take that to you live. We're going to go ahead and put this press conference in the upper right-hand corner, though, so you don't miss it.
Cityway and YMCA at Cityway.
And for our nation, and the Hoosier State is right at that crossroads.
Senator, is Governor Pence going to endorse you today?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I did see the tweet that Greg Garrison sent out of a major announcement coming on his show at 12:06 p.m. today. I know I'm going to be listening. I would encourage other folks to listen as well. You know, I will say this. I have tremendous respect for Governor Mike Pence. He has been an incredible leader for the state of Indiana. You know, he's really demonstrated that when you cut taxes, when you reduce regulations, the result is that jobs follow. We've seen jobs, we've seen private sector jobs growing in Indiana. Even as the rest of the country has been suffering, Indiana has seen remarkable growth. Imagine how much better the job growth would be in Indiana if you didn't have the federal government like an 800-pound weight holding down job creation, if you didn't have the federal government driving jobs overseas, jobs like the jobs at Carrier that are going to Mexico because of the Obama administration's taxes and regulations driving jobs overseas. I think Governor Mike Pence is an optimistic, positive, unifying force, a strong leader who I respect. You know, when he was in Congress, he was a strong leader in Congress, standing up and defending conservative principles, defending the Constitution. And as governor, he's been an extraordinary governor. And so I look forward with anticipation to seeing whatever announcement he makes today just after noon.
Just briefly, aside from elections and all that stuff,
yeah,
this is a full-time job. And things have gone pretty well. We had a big storm yesterday, and some people, first responders, did some great stuff. Just give me the thumbnail of what's been going on.
Yeah, couldn't be more proud of the first responders. Yesterday we had an F1. They told me this morning it was on the ground for about 150 yards. We had some property damage, but thankfully no one was hurt. But this is the time of the year to be vigilant, and I'm grateful that everyone was on top of it in the Zionsville area yesterday, and I'm proud of that. But it's a very exciting time in the life of our state. I mean, we're at record employment. We have more Hoosiers going to work than ever before. I can tell you there's a big jobs announcement coming again here in central Indiana next week. And I think it's all a result of the fact that we've been doing the right things in the right way, balanced budgets, cutting taxes, making the right investments in education and infrastructure. And it's really creating an environment where we're on pace to set another record for investment. And on the education front, you know, we put that I-STEP test in the rearview mirror. People will be reading in the paper in the morning. We have an incredible group of educators that we've appointed to examine how we can have a shorter and more reliable test. We got to have accountability. We, as you know, we test our kids every week. We can test our schools every year, but we're going to work with Nicole Fama, who's going to chair that committee, and a great group that's going to help us craft a test that parents and teachers and people all across Indiana will be confident in.
Been educating kids in public school for a little over 40 years, so I'm glad to see that taking off. Okay, you've spoken to the candidates.
I have.
You've had a chance to think your way through this. Who are you voting for in the presidential primary?
Well, let me first say, this is a very exciting time for Indiana, isn't it? I mean, to have presidential candidates, frankly, in both political parties, traveling all across the Hoosier state, to be hearing from and seeing Hoosiers all over the national media, I think is a thrill. The last time this happened in the Republican Party, I think I was a junior in high school down in Columbus. And so we really celebrate that. I'm grateful that all the candidates are coming through Indiana and dedicating the time and energy they are. But it's clear this is a time for choosing. And all of America is looking to Indiana to make a choice. I have met with all three of the candidates as of about Tuesday of this week. And I want to say clearly, I like and respect all three of the Republican candidates in the field. I particularly want to commend Donald Trump, who I think has given voice to the frustration of millions of working Americans with a lack of progress in Washington, D.C. And I'm also particularly grateful that Donald Trump has taken a strong stand for Hoosier jobs. When we saw jobs in the carrier company abruptly announced leaving Indiana, not for another state, but for Mexico. I'm grateful. I'm grateful for his voice in the national debate. And let me say, I've come to my decision about who I'm supporting, and I'm not against anybody, but I will be voting for Ted Cruz in the upcoming Republican primary.
You've got some, well, you were there at the same time for a little while. You know him personally. You know his education. You know his experience and his background and his constitutional roots. What is it that animates you to look in his direction the way that you do?
Well, it's a great question. You know, as you know, I'm a Reagan conservative. I literally, when I was a teenager, I was active in Democrat politics, and then I started hearing the voice of that former California governor, who articulated an agenda of principles of less government, less taxes, traditional values, and a strong military. And I was drawn to the Republican Party. And throughout my career in Washington, D.C., and now here as governor of Indiana, those have been the principles that have really animated my service. And I've sought to support them at every turn, but also I've looked for opportunities to support men and women who have the courage to stand on those Reagan principles. And I see Ted Cruz as a principled conservative who's dedicated his career to advocating the Reagan agenda, and I'm pleased to support him. Greg, you know from my career, I know a little bit about taking on the big spenders in Washington, D.C. I was doing that more than a decade ago when we saw runaway federal spending on both parties. And I really admire the way Ted Cruz has been willing to stand up for taxpayers in opposing runaway spending, deficits, and debt, calling for and leading on repealing Obamacare. And I also have to tell you, I'm very impressed with Ted Cruz's devotion and knowledge of the Constitution of the United States, of the freedoms that are enshrined there in our Bill of Rights, from our liberties to our Second Amendment. And of course, I appreciate his strong and unwavering stand for the sanctity of life. But, you know, it's for those reasons and just as much in support of the principles that have always animated my public service that I'm voting for Ted Cruz in the upcoming Republican primary.
You know, I see the work that a person in your spot's got to go through to come to that call, even if you kind of got it in your gut in the first place. And I know that you just were able to finally meet with Governor Kasich, our neighboring governor, this week. But your mention of these principles as what drive you, they're fine. A lot of people have said they liked them, and we know a whole bunch of them that forgot about that when they got to Washington. What is it about Senator Cruz that you think says to you, he says it, I believe it, and he's going to do it when he's up there in the bright lights?
Well, I just think the man has shown the courage of his convictions. It's not a popular thing in Washington, D.C. to take on the leadership of your own party. I know that firsthand. I did it when I was there. I opposed runaway federal spending, whether it was a Republican administration or Congress or whether a Democrat administration, and he's been willing to do that. But let me be very clear. I respect the right and the views of every Hoosier in making their determination in the upcoming primary election. And I urge every Hoosier to make up their own mind. But for me, I've always thought that to lead is to choose. And here at this time of choosing, when people all across America are looking to Indiana to make a decision, I just wanted to make my decision known. And but let me be very, very clear on this, Greg. Whoever wins the Republican nomination for president of the United States, I'm going to work my heart out to get elected this fall. Indiana needs a partner in the White House in our prosperity. You know, I mentioned all the good news in Indiana. We're at record employment, more Hoosiers working than ever before. We have balanced budgets, record investment in education and infrastructure. But how much more we could do if we had a Republican administration working with a Republican Congress. I get very excited about Indiana here in our bicentennial year, the potential in our third century if we have someone working in Washington, D.C. for us instead of against us. So I just encourage every Hoosier to examine all these candidates as I have, listen carefully to all of their positions, make their decision, exercise their right to vote this coming Tuesday, if not before. And at the end of the day, I'm very confident that our party is going to come together around our nominee, whoever that might be, and we're going to deliver a great victory for all the people of the United States this fall.
I'm in recollection of a phrase from a conservative from a long time ago. Barry Goldwater's theme, he got beat, but he said, "A choice, not an echo." And what I see out of what's happened this last 8 years, and frankly, way too much in the 8 before that, too many echoes. And everything was the answer to every question was more money. We've all seen it in our pocketbooks. We've seen it in the savings accounts that are gone. We've seen it in our inability to buy equipment to grow our own businesses, to hire more folks. And it ain't funny. It's awful. And you mentioned, I think, on the air, and as you've said to me as well, my choice is, first of all, whoever can beat Hillary Clinton. So let's talk about that just for a minute. I know you got to get out of here, but just very quickly, how do you see a general election with Ted Cruz and Cruz and Fiorina versus Mrs. Clinton and whoever she chooses?
Well, I'm for anybody but Hillary and Bernie Sanders. I mean, I believe that the course of this last administration would only be magnified in wrong liberal policies under either one of the Democrat candidates. And so that's why I said, I'm expressing my support today. But after voters make all their choices between now and June the 7th, and our party settles on a nominee, on a team, on a ticket, I promise you, I'm going to work my heart out for that team and make sure that we deliver a great victory. Because, at the end of the day, it is about the principles that have laid the foundation for this nation's prosperity and exceptionalism. It's about making sure that those Republican principles are put into practice in the next administration, and that we get serious about tackling this mountain range of debt, rebuilding our military, standing up for the principles of federalism, where we don't just cut government spending in Washington, D.C., but we have leadership in Washington, D.C. that understands that most of the cure for what ails this country is going to happen more in our nation's state capitals than it ever will in our nation's capital. And so applying the principles of the 10th Amendment and federalism and divesting power and resources out of Washington, D.C. back to the states, that's all the key. And for me, Greg, and I can tell you're hearing me on this, for me this is about choosing between three good men, all of whom I like and respect, and identifying that individual who I think best articulates and would best advance the principles that have made our prosperity possible, and that for me is Ted Cruz.
Governor, I know the clock is ticking and you got lots of stuff to do. Thanks for coming by. We appreciate it so much. God bless. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you, Greg.
We're right back. Stick with us.
It's no secret that Indiana loves America.
All right, guys, that wraps up this live interview with the governor of Indiana. We're going to take you live now to Baltimore, where our police are holding a press conference following yesterday's bomb scare at a local TV station, the local Fox affiliate in Baltimore. Let's go there live.
Is that one working? Yes, sir. We seem to. Lieutenant, let me see you real quick now.
Start. Going live, everybody.
Be ready to go. Tell Andrew. Yep, they're ready to go, Andrew. You hear me? Andrew? Is that like a less than 2 minute warning? Andrew? Can you hear me? Yeah, they're starting. They're coming out.
Change this around on me. Okay, here we go. I guess it's good afternoon now. It's been a long week. Our suspect from yesterday's incident up at Fox 45 is a 25-year-old Alex Michael Brizzi. Alex Michael Brizzi of the 6300 block of Duckett's Lane in Elkridge, Maryland, and that's in Howard County. I believe his information's up on the screen. We have an arrest warrant for Brizzi, charging him with the following crimes: second-degree arson, that's a felony; first-degree malicious burning, that's a felony; and the following misdemeanors: threat of arson, 4 counts of reckless endangerment, and 1 count of possessing a phony destructive device. If we can go to the aerial view. To recap, it was yesterday around 1:20 p.m. when the Baltimore Police Department and the Baltimore City Fire Department responded to the studios of Fox 45 on 41st Street in North Baltimore in the iconic TV Hill area of our city. We quickly found out that a bomb threat had been called into the network. Shortly thereafter, a fire was set to a vehicle in the parking lot. Brizzi had entered the building and was engaged in a conversation with a security contractor in the vestibule of the building. The security contractor was speaking to him through the glass, and the door was secured where you would have to be buzzed in from the vestibule to the rest of the building. The security contractor, who, by the way, I'm going to try to hire, observed what appeared to be an explosive device or explosive devices strapped to Brizzi. The security contractor was able to alert the staff of the situation, and they simultaneously began evacuating the building. All the while, the security contractor continued to speak with Brizzy, who possessed a USB flash drive. Brizzy said he wanted to air the contents of that flash drive on television. What we know at this point is that the flash drive contained video rants of Brizzy talking about the end of the world. We're still examining the contents of that flash drive today. If we can go to the next picture. I think it's a front view of Fox 45. The Baltimore Fire Department was able to extinguish the fire that was set to the vehicle before they retreated. After all the Fox 45 employees were able to evacuate from the building, the security contractor was able to make his escape out of the back door. Again, I can't say enough about what he did yesterday, and he's absolutely a hero. Brizzy stayed in the secured vestibule area of the front entrance to the building. The Baltimore Police Department immediately dispatched our arson unit, our bomb squad, our SWAT team, our negotiators, our special operations, and other additional patrol officers to the scene. After conferring with management at Fox 45, we were able to verify that all of the staff were out of the building, and that was really, really important. Were we dealing with someone who was in there by himself, or were we potentially dealing with a hostage situation? So that evacuation and the verification of the employees and their names and accounting for them when they get out of the building was really key yesterday. We were also able to verify that all police officers and firefighters were accounted for. We were then able to observe Brizzy in the vestibule area in what we know now to be a hedgehog onesie and a surgical mask. This outfit appears to be something associated with the Japanese anime culture. As public safety assets continued to arrive, Brizzy stayed inside of the vestibule. We had not yet made any contact with him, and the area of the vestibule did not have and does not have a telephone. If we can go to the...
And just real quick, as the commissioner's speaking, this is that vestibule area that he's speaking of, and Brizzy's car was parked in this parking lot, so relatively close to the actual front entrance of it. So as the commissioner's describing the vestibule, it's literally this box right in here, and that's what the commissioner is describing right now.
Okay. So now fast forward, and now it's approximately 3 p.m. Brizzy, on his own, exited the building. SWAT officers were positioned close by in the parking lot, and they gave him many, many, many verbal commands to stop and comply. Brizzy refused and continued to advance toward officers who were staged across the street. Brizzy had one hand in his pocket, and the device that appeared to be an explosive device still strapped around his torso. After failing to comply with repeated commands, police officers fired upon Brizzy, striking him 3 times. 3 officers discharged their firearms at Brizzy. Maybe we can go to the next picture. I think that'll show the devices. I think there's a few of them.
Yes.
Brizzy went down, but kept his hand on some sort of detonator device. He was conscious and alert as officers gave commands to him. And as we explained yesterday, we wanted to rush to him. He was obviously injured. He was shot. We wanted to render first aid, but we absolutely, positively couldn't do that because he still had his hand on what appeared to be a detonator type device, and he was still strapped with what appeared to be explosive. So we were not able to rush and give him aid immediately because he still posed a significant immediate threat to everyone around that area, which is obviously a residential community as well. At that point, we utilized a robot that is usually used by us to investigate suspicious packages, and that robot approached Brizzy. We continued to talk to Brizzy, and he continued to be non-compliant. We really wanted him to get his hand out of his pocket and off that device. The robot was able to disarm and disrobe Brizzy. We were eventually able to secure the vest that was outfitted like an explosive device to render aid to Brizzy. He was transported to the University of Maryland Shock Trauma in serious but stable condition. His injuries are still described as non-life-threatening. Once Brizzy was removed from the scene, detectives were able to determine that the device that Brizzy had around himself was a life preserver. The life preserver was outfitted with wires, and chocolate candy bars were wrapped in aluminum foil that were dangling from this life preserver that was wrapped around his torso. The wiring led to a motherboard that appeared to have been taken from a smoke detector. I guess you can see that there. And then it had wires running down his sleeve, and the wire that ran from the motherboard down his sleeve was attached to what looked like to be a detonator type device.
Which I don't know if it's this or it was something else.
And that's what he refused to let go of even after we shot him.
And real quick, just to let you guys know, as you heard the commissioner mention robot, these are the robot arms, just as a point of reference. So this is the actual life preserver, and these are the robot arms that you see in the picture.
Okay. So all of these were eventually deemed to be inert, and in essence, it was a replica explosive device. SWAT officers and other patrol officers conducted a methodical search of Brizzy's vehicle and the interior of Fox 45. No other evidence of any explosive devices was located. At approximately 8:30 p.m., we were able to give the all clear and reopen Fox 45 on 41st Street. We later found that the suspect did not make it into the building past the vestibule, which we suspected all along, but we wanted to make sure. A search warrant was conducted at Brizzy's home in Howard County. No other explosive type devices or fake devices, replica devices were located. We've been in constant contact with our federal partners. I received a call right away from Kevin Perkins, the special agent in charge of the FBI Baltimore field office, and the ATF was actually from the Baltimore field office on the scene assisting us throughout this process. The incident is not connected to any type of organized terrorism. Brizzy's family has been very helpful and cooperative as we continue to investigate this situation. Although what Alex Brizzy eventually had was a fake explosive device or a replica explosive device, the fear of what he had shut down an entire community and scared a whole lot of people. So his father was interviewed extensively on local news last night, and your kind of heart goes out to him because he described some challenges that his 25-year-old son has had, obviously with mental illness, and I guess it kind of highlights not only yesterday's incident, but incidents that have been going on throughout the country and post-Columbine America for the last 15 plus years, where we're dealing with a single person who often suffers from a mental illness, who becomes an active threat to our community. And this particular active threat happened to be in a television station, but they all too often visit government facilities, churches, obviously, schools, shopping malls. So we're just really glad and proud that we were able to bring this to a peaceful conclusion, and that no one was harmed as a result. And we will continue to give you updates as they develop. And I think now I'll ask Director Smith if he has anything to add to it, and then we'll open it up to questions.
Hey, just real quick, we do not have a mugshot of Brizzy at this point. He's still in the hospital receiving treatment. At the time that we do get a mugshot, we'll send that out. So that's the reason we don't have a mugshot. You guys all know where TV Hill is, so for people that are outside of Baltimore, it's north of downtown, but right off of a highway, but very close to very close to a residential community, and that was also a lot of our concern, that we had a residential community just adjacent to Fox 45. And this, some of the questions that we've been asked are, why did he choose Fox 45? We don't know the answer to that, but of all of the news outlets, radio and television in the TV Hill area, this is the one that actually faces the main road and is the most visible of the others. So that's a possibility. But again, we have community neighboring right there, so that was a concern of ours. With that, we can answer some questions and understand we don't have answers to a number of them as well.
When trying to neutralize Mr. Brizzy, did officers try to avoid hitting the vest? Can you talk to me about that?
So that question has been asked. So Mr. Brizzi was wounded non-fatally, and he was struck in some of his extremities. Police officers in Baltimore, just like police officers of this country, do not shoot a person to wound a person. We do not train police officers here or elsewhere to shoot people in their extremities. We shoot to stop a threat, and that shot placement is typically center mass, or with some of the counter sniper rifles, it could be a headshot. So the fact that he was not fatally wounded was not intentional. The fact that he was non-fatally wounded was not intentional. We shoot to stop a threat, and these were non-life-threatening injuries that Brizzi sustained.
Can you clarify how many bullet wounds he has and where they were? His father said he was shot four bullet wounds, the neck, the left buttock, the right leg, and he said he didn't know where the fourth one was.
Right. Again, that's he's still receiving medical treatment. So if that number changes, we know he was shot at least 3 times.
With a real bullet, not.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely. We did not use less lethal rounds in this scenario. This was a scenario again, and we can go to the. This doesn't look like a joke. It doesn't look like candy bars. That's something in hindsight. And again, as the commissioner illustrated, the fear that the employees at Fox, that the security guard at Fox, and then the community at large had was what they saw on this. And you could see how sophisticated it was to look like something real with the wiring and how meticulous you have to be to crack a motherboard out of a smoke detector and hook it up to make it look like something. All of these wires, none of it had the capacity to cause any type of explosion, but it certainly had the look that it could cause an explosion.
Can I add, because yesterday there was a little bit of confusion about did we or didn't we use less lethal weapons. We did not, ever. I don't know where that rumor came from, but I just want to explain why we wouldn't consider using less lethal. He had his hand on what appeared to be a detonator. So if we were to have used less lethal, that wouldn't have killed him, right? And then he possibly would have been in a position to detonate if in fact this was a real device. So a less lethal option was not on the table yesterday at any time because of the fact that it could serve to really ignite, no pun intended, the scenario.
And I'm not sure exactly how to ask this, but the reason the less lethal narrative possibly makes sense is because when you watched it, you heard the gunshots, and I think he didn't even flinch or barely flinched. Yeah. So then, if you think he was shot in the neck and then this and then that, it may. Right. I mean, yeah, could there be an explanation for why someone wouldn't react to that? Or
well, he was shot in areas that weren't fatal. He was shot in the leg and the buttock and the neck. Those aren't necessarily fatal gunshot wounds. You don't necessarily die if you're shot in those parts of your body. And then what will eventually be revealed, if in fact he was on any type of medication or narcotics or anything else that could have kind of given him that superpower strength to prevail through that. So we don't know that yet, but certainly I get that, because you see when the shots are striking him, and you see he keeps on going. But and we know this, and this isn't the movies or television. Just because you're shot, you don't fall back 20 feet through a plate glass window and end up being. Not every gunshot wound is fatal, and yesterday they weren't fatal.
Excuse me. And again, from just watching this all unfold, it appeared that there was one point when he possibly complied with requests or demands from officers. It looked like he undid this vest or life preserver thing. Is that true? Is there at any point did he help him get medical treatment and help his end?
No, it doesn't appear so. I mean, the robot assisted in taking some of that off, and at the very end, it was over with at that point. So we were able to use that robot, and you see the arms in it in that picture again, to drag that device away so they could get medical treatment to Brizzi and get him to the hospital.
Do you know, had he been planning this for some time? Is this something that just happened organically in the past 24 hours beforehand?
We are literally still in the midst of the investigation, but I think it's fair to say that he had a plan to do something like this. He wanted to get. Now, was his plan to actually hurt someone or actually try to get his message across? Again, he didn't have the ability to hurt anyone in hindsight with what he had. But it appears from some evidence that we're collecting that this was something he thought about and as part of whatever he has going on in his mind. So again, what we know right now that there's some sort of rant of him talking about the end of the earth, end of the world on his flash drive that he brought to Fox 45 for purposes of them airing it.
And the commissioner talked about the security contractor being a hero. Could you just talk a little bit? Did he do all the right things as far as what you've been able to see?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's just his nature. I don't know if that's his training. It's probably a combination of both, but that grace under pressure is something that's admirable. It's something that not everyone has. You know, I think, you know, you choose fight, flight, or freeze. He didn't literally fight yesterday, but he stayed engaged with this person. He simultaneously evacuated the building, and that's impressive for what that young man did yesterday. And it's something I think as we look back at this in retrospect, you know, why did this end up going relatively well? I think he's the linchpin in it all.
I have a question about the car and the car fire. Have you confirmed it was his car? Because what we saw, the car we saw that had been burned was up against a wall, and I think you mentioned where he had parked his car.
Yeah, it was, and again, that's not the exact map of what we had yesterday, but that was his vehicle that he set on fire yesterday.
It was like a black four-door.
I don't know what type of vehicle, but some type of black sedan. Yes, yes, and it's also fair to say that from the security guard that Brizzy wasn't overly agitated from what he could tell, that he was, you know, he was able to engage in that conversation with him for an extended period of time. So.
Have you or other police agencies you've talked to had previous contact with him? I know the dad told Fox 45 that there was an incident recently where officers had to hold him down.
We're still following up on that and his complete background, but it doesn't look like he had any extensive criminal history, certainly not involving this type of activity.
And do you think there was anybody else involved, talked to him about it, helped him plan it? Did he have some
Well,
sort of
that would be,
presence?
of course, something that we look into as part of our investigation, and you know, understand that you know, a lot of questions that were asked on scene that we couldn't answer because our primary goal at the time was the safety of the citizens surrounding the Fox 45 establishment and trying to end the situation peacefully. So our investigative portion kind of started later in the evening to really dig into what precipitated this incident to occur, and finding out if anyone else knew or anyone else was involved is something that we'll be investigating. And Captain Homan leads up the division that'll be continuing this investigation. Although we'll be pretty much finished with news briefings after this, the investigation is going to be ongoing, of course, in something like this.
I have a question about his, he's at shock trauma. Do you have any
Police.
idea when he'll be released from the hospital to your custody? And given what you have said, Chief, and what his father has said, would he be brought to a jail cell, or would he be brought to some sort of mental health facility instead? Have you thought about that part of it?
Well, we have an arrest warrant for criminal charges against him. That's always something that will be dealt with after the fact. But at this point, we have evidence for criminal proceedings, and he's under police guard at this point at the hospital. And once he's well enough to be seen by a police court commissioner, he'll be seen and then processed.
And he'll be afforded a psychiatric evaluation even while he's in custody. So we're not dismissing that part of it. It's not one or the other. He committed some very, very serious crimes yesterday, and we need to hold him accountable for those crimes, but he also appears to be in need of some other type of help. So both of those things can move together simultaneously.
Could he see a court commissioner today?
How soon did you guys identify him?
He's going to see a court commissioner relatively soon. I don't know if it'll be today or not. We want to have an opportunity to interview him as well.
How soon did you guys identify him, and were you able to establish any dialogue with him while he was in the vestibule?
There wasn't a phone inside the vestibule. We were in a process. There are things that we can do once SWAT has fully arrived and settled, like try to get a throw phone to him. We weren't at that part of the negotiations with him. Again, he decided to just walk out on his own, so there was no dialogue beyond the dialogue that the security contractor had with him. You know, any type of conflict management scenario involves efforts to make personal contact with someone who's barricaded himself, but we had not yet reached that point. He just kind of came out.
Well, do you think he was walking back towards his car at that point in time? Was that when the car was
I don't know, and that's one of the reasons why we want to interview him to see what his intentions were. You know, did he want to get attention because he thinks the end of the world is coming? Did he want to scare people? Did he have suicidal tendencies where he wanted the police to shoot him? You know, we don't know. All those things are possibilities, and it, you know, benefits us and benefits society, frankly, to know, you know, where a person's mind is, because as we look back retrospectively at all these things, inevitably there's always a point where someone should probably say, you know what, that's where I needed to get this person some help, and for whatever reason that didn't happen.
Did he say anything while he was laying there?
I'm not.
No, I mean, we're not going to get into any statements he made. I mean, the statements weren't statements of him complying, that's for sure. And to your question, we were able to get a tentative ID relatively quickly, but we didn't have a positive ID until after the fact. So once we got him in custody, we were able to confirm that the tentative ID that we had was in fact him. And that's how our investigation continued and carried on out to Howard County.
Is there surveillance footage from the building that will be released?
I don't think we're going to be releasing it. I don't think we really have much of a reason to release it proactively, because we don't have any type of ongoing threat or any type of situation at this point. But there was a ton of media there, ironically enough.
Are you going to make these
Pictures are
slides
going to be sent out to the news desk. That'll happen as soon as we're finished here.
And was that his blood that we saw? In I mean, it's not something we would want to show again. So.
Where'd you see it?
There was like a trickle in the back, and saw the detonator had some drops.
Oh, here. All right. Well, let's not use that photo then.
Or if we blurred, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't something else that the robot uses. Or...
No, it wasn't. I mean, he was wounded, so
okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Did you have anything?
Talk about his costume and how it was anime related. Does that have any relationship to what he was doing there in any way? Is there any significance to that?
No, we don't know that yet. You know, whatever, you know, reason, you know, if he was a hunter, maybe he would have had camouflage on. So he just happened to have this type of outfit on, and you know, made for punchlines for people, but it was a serious situation for us because, again, that's not something you normally see. And to see it yesterday was, of course, a bit of a frightening experience for many.
Are you looking into his social media accounts as you investigate where his mind was?
Of course, of course. Yeah.
Can you talk about your the preparation for a scenario like this? You know, in the day and age that we live in, and how your men and women address the situation in the
Sure. So, you know, post 9/11, really our Homeland Security training really improved in law enforcement across the country, but particularly in Baltimore here. So we do have our SWAT team, which trains on a regular basis. They train with other regional teams throughout the state of Maryland. So we also have like a multi-jurisdictional task force of SWAT operators that can come in and assist if one team's fatigued. So we're confident where our training is, particularly in handling this incident. Of course, this was a first incident for us that we've handled to this magnitude. And, you know, just doing an internal review, the team did well, the police department did well. We had our federal partners stand up, did very well. And, of course, I'll echo the commissioner's statement that security guard at Fox 45 did an exceptional job.
Will the officers in this situation, I don't know the procedures, but will the ones that fired the shot, will they be placed on administrative? Or?
Yes, they'll be placed on administrative leave just like any other police-involved shooting, and it'll take the same exact course.
And that's Deputy Commissioner Dean Palmier. I gave you guys his name earlier. And as we wrap up, thank you all for being here. Thank everyone for their patience yesterday and getting the message out to the community. And we've had 2 incidents like this in the past year at television stations in Baltimore. And it's been an alert security guard You know, a person that's not carrying a weapon, you know, a person that's probably not making the highest wages in the world, and those people certainly saved people in the situation last year and this situation, which was an unknown, thankfully to an alert, well-trained security guard and able to get everybody out of harm's way. So we're very appreciative of that, and that we didn't have any other injuries outside of the suspect in this incident. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, guys, that wraps up this press conference from Baltimore regarding yesterday's bomb threat at a local TV station. We're going to bring things back now to Arizona. We have a live feed coming out of the hospital where the Chandler officer who was shot over the weekend will be released momentarily.
In case you're still just tuning in, once again, Ryan is here.
Hey, Samia, can you hear us?
Hey, yes. Hi, you're actually live on air right now, Anita. We didn't know that you could hear us.
We can. We're tuned in. If you wanted to chat a little bit, we have just a little bit of time.
Oh, great. Yeah, no, you guys are live right now. We have the live video coming in, so if you want to go ahead and give us a show and tell, give us the background, and we can pull up some B-roll of the incident as well.
Let me introduce you. Let me introduce you if you can. We're live on News Now. Do you have a second for us? This is Lieutenant Favazzo, and one of the things you were talking about earlier is the outpouring of support that Officer...
You can see it right here. You can see it. You can feel it.
Yeah.
There is a tremendous amount of support, and I just can't say enough how much we appreciate all the support from all of the community. It just makes the healing process so much better.
But it's not just the officers. It's not just fellow police officers and first responders. You said the public.
There's public, and if you look back behind us, I mean, there's public out here. There's an outpouring of support on social media and through our email systems. We're just amazed. I'm almost speechless to how much we appreciate this, how grateful we are.
Let's talk about Officer Pueblo's recovery. Shot in the face, ambush style is what we believe. 2 surgeries, moved out of ICU Wednesday, and he's being released today. Incredible.
Incredible. And that just is a testament to what this type of support can do to uplift spirits and to really, help that healing process. So I can't say enough how proud we are of our officers and how proud we are of our community.
Thank you for stopping to chat with us. Lieutenant Favazzo obviously coordinating with all the media, getting us ready for this big release. And so we can't really move. Can we move, Mike? Okay, we're gonna scooch over here really quick, you guys, just to show you this incredible line of officers. We have, I'm not sure if we lost our... Okay, we're still good here. Obviously, he'll be escorted home in the limo. On the other side of the limo, we have a motorcycle escort. The Chandler police officers will be escorting the officer, we believe, home. We're not quite sure of what his final destination is at this point, but it looks like he'll be going home. But it is just incredible to see so many men and women lined up out here. I just had one of the officers thank me for saying that. But just so neat, and we have the fire department here. Members of the public. Mike, let's head on back this way. And so, excuse me, we're just going to head right on back. And so you can just see each and every single one of them here to cheer on, to encourage Officer Pueblo as he is released from the hospital. And, I was there Saturday. I was on the anchor desk when this happened. And when you hear that an officer is down, an officer is shot, you don't know what is going to happen, what kind of injury that officer sustains. And so it really is absolutely incredible to see that but he's being released today, less than a week after being shot. We had another officer shot as well, Officer Coldwell, and he was released that same day. So also great to hear that as well. But here's what we're being told: at exactly 10 o'clock, he will be coming out of those double doors there. He will be escorted by the chief. He's in a wheelchair, has injury, but obviously, but will be escorted by the chief. We are allowed to stop him to see if he'd like to make a statement. Obviously, he will not be talking about what happened on Saturday because that is an ongoing investigation. The chief as well is said to make a statement, again, not fielding any questions about the investigation. We're being told that Officer Pueblo has not even been questioned himself about what exactly happened because he's been in the hospital ever since. And so just overwhelming out here. Very, very incredible to see.
Anita, how many people do you estimate are there waiting for his release?
Oh, goodness gracious, hundreds easily. Photographer Mike Robinson is saying 200. I'm, easily saying almost up to 100 police officers here. Seth, we're live on News Now. How many officers and people do you think are here? Couple hundred easy. That's what I thought. Yeah, couple hundred, Samia. So, and I would imagine they're all here at their own free will. Nobody. I'm talking to another one of the PIOs, Seth Tyler, who was actually out there on Saturday. We talked to Lieutenant Favazzo a little bit about the outpouring of support. Each and every single one of these men and women, police officers, firefighters, wanted to be.
Yes, absolutely. They wanted to be here. We are we're a big department, but we know each other. And, we know Josh, we know Dan. It deeply affects us when things happen to our own. And the support from the community is really overwhelming. We're very appreciative.
And that's what Lieutenant Favazzo said too, just the outpouring from the community members, not just from your own, but people coming in and saying, we hope he heals, we hope he gets well soon. We've seen so many messages on our Facebook page alone.
Yes, and this is for the community as well. This is not just for us. This is for the community to give them an opportunity to see Josh and to understand he's going to heal, he's going to be okay. And I think when people see him, I think it's going to be very powerful.
Yeah, especially knowing that he can, he won't be walking out. We mentioned he's being wheeled out in a wheelchair just because he's medicated and so on, but he's doing well.
Yes, he's doing well. He's on the road to recovery. We're talking 6 days.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah.
2 surgeries, considered to be very successful, obviously. Moved out of ICU on Wednesday, and then today he's being released.
Yes, it's a miracle. We're so thankful.
I know we've been through this, but can you tell us, is he married, children?
I don't believe he is married, and I'm not sure his personal status.
Sure. And I know sometimes we release that because when we know the kids are waiting at home, it makes it so much more amazing when mom and dad.
The important thing in this for us is to protect, Josh and Dan's privacy as much as we can, and their dignity and the family and all that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we appreciate the transparency too, coming out and talking and inviting us here. Thank you so much. So Samia, there you have it. At least 200 people, officers, firefighters, big fire truck is here. We have medical staff here, members of the community. And as we mentioned, he was brought in on Saturday morning. Just after 6 o'clock is when the shooting took place at the Walmart, Loop 202, Arizona Avenue. And we had the suspect who was basically trespassing. A trespassing call came in. The officers went in to investigate, and Officer Seth Tyler, who we just spoke to, described it as an ambush style, immediately started shooting. And so both officers hit in this incident on Saturday. The first officer released that day, and then obviously Officer Pueblo being released today.
All right, Anita, thank you for that update. We're going to go ahead and continue streaming your live video, and if you are able to get another live interview while you're there, we will have that live here on News Now. Thank you.
Why did I say? I thought he said lieutenant. Sorry. I just promoted him. I promoted him. I'll text him.
3 times, I think it makes it official.
Well, I'm so careful about making sure I give the right title. And sometimes when I swear he said he was a lieutenant. And I was even going to say, were you promoted?
You probably told me. Easy thing to remember, the
Yes. Yes, and I always forget. Hey, I just promoted you. Congrats. I got low battery. That's not good. Two, 3 minutes, Samia, if you can hear us.
It's on his way down. He'll be down here in a few minutes. So if you guys, when he comes out, if you can just maybe stay like behind this line. That way, there's plenty of room.
Hey, Anita, he should be coming out any minute, right?
2 minutes is what you're just given a 2-minute warning.
Got it. Thank you.
Mike, I'm going live right now. My work Facebook. So what's going on? Why isn't it working? Go back to what? I did. It won't let me. I don't have it on my personal phone. Sorry. Okay. I'm trying to figure out why my Facebook mentions won't work. Anybody know about it?
Strong enough signal.
I think that's, well,
You got the mic out to...
I know. No, I'm going to put it away. Yeah, it won't even let me type with the microphone. I don't know what's going on with it.
Where you go? All right, you can get the median. They get in line right along that line there. They got to go right past you where you're standing. Okay, so don't go past that line and just come right there.
Yep. I don't have it on here. Were you able to get it? You can't get it, right? Yeah, I can't do it. I don't have it on this phone. I'm just going to roll. I got it. Thank you. Sami, if you can hear us, looks like the officer will not be addressing the media. Heading right into the car. This morning, lots of applause greeting him.
Nice ride, a very nice gesture from the police department here to take him home in honor after being treated for almost a week in the hospital. In case you're just tuning into 12news.com.
Do you have a second first, Chief?
Good morning. This is a great day for the Chandler Police Department and really the entire Chandler community. When you see our officer, Josh Pueblo, just walk out to the car here, discharged from the hospital days after he was shot 3 times. It's just, the words are, they don't describe the relief and the gratitude that we have. We're just so fortunate that he's with us, and I can't speak to the bravery that both Josh and Dan displayed last week. They're heroics. They put their lives on the line last week, and they demonstrated incredible bravery and courage and literally saved people that were inside that store. So I couldn't be more proud of them. But I'm also proud of our police department. This is what our officers do every day, as do all police officers. And I'm proud of our fire department, their amazing response and their assistance, and then our great partners here at Dignity Health, Chandler Regional Medical Center. This past week, they just provided the best possible care, and they did it with compassion, and it was just amazing the way they treated the family members, our co-workers, and I couldn't be more thankful. And of course, on behalf of the men and women of the Chandler Police Department, where we are just so appreciative of the overwhelming outpouring of support that we received this past week, and especially from our public safety partners, but really the entire community. So I just want to say thank you for that, because it certainly helped us this past week. It was very difficult, especially in the early stages. So we appreciate everyone's support. So thank you.
Chief, you're obviously very emotional right now. We can see that. I think anyone who is watching this, walk us through what it's like for you as well to be able to walk your officer out of that hospital and send him home.
Well, it's been quite a journey from the initial call that you have an officer seriously injured. You just never know. What's going to happen. So to be there that day and then see him first at the hospital and then to see him walk into this limo is just it's the biggest sense of relief, but just an immense sense of pride in our organization, in our profession. This is what happens every day in this country, and it's a reminder of how dangerous the profession of policing can be. But there are men and women out there every day keeping our community safe, and that's what it's all about.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank
you. Is there a timeline for him to return to work?
This is a long road to recovery, so that's very, very early. It's going to be a while.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We're going to step out, you guys, and try to get a little bit of live coverage for you as the officers on the motorcycles will be out here. We have a gentleman here. Sir, we're live on Fox 10 News Now. Do you know the officer?
Well, I have a restaurant downtown, and all the officers are great customers, and I had a problem about a year ago, and they were there for me, so.
So you're here today to thank them for their service?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're going to walk around just a little bit, you guys, give you a live look. The officers will be heading down on Dobson and then escorting Officer Pueblo. Again, we are unaware of his final destination. One could only hope that he will be heading home this morning. And so, as you heard the chief mention, a very, very emotional day, one filled with immense pride, immense relief that his both of his officers are okay. And again, as the police officers are are escorting Officer Pueblo home. He is sent home with a round of applause for his bravery and heroism last Saturday.
Yep, that
Hi, Anita.
that is really, yeah, that is such a sight, such an impressive sight. Look at that show of force.
It really is. It's emotional being out here. You know, we work side by side with these police officers. I was on the anchor desk last Saturday when the news broke that 2 Chandler police officers were shot. And you really don't know what will become of it. You don't know what is going to happen. You don't know if the officers will survive, you know, if the public is still in danger. And so seeing Officer Pueblo walk out of be wheeled out of that hospital and then walk into the car really was amazing. You know, we were hoping to chat with him, but we do know that he was obviously not feeling 100%. And so, but talking to the chief again, being told that he is going to make a full recovery, and just the gratitude. But seeing all the men and women here lining up, the firefighters, as you saw, a member of the community, really, just really, really incredible.
You know, you think about how we have such a tendency to take for granted that you make a phone call when you need help and that they're just going to automatically be there. But every single time an officer goes on a call, he or she literally is putting their life on the line. We've all been to a Walmart. We've all shopped at a Walmart. Yep. Who's going to think that it's going to take that kind of a violent turn, and yet they're there for us every single time?
You know, I agree, and I was out covering an officer-involved shooting about a year and a half ago, and I went live and I described the scenario as the officer making a routine stop. And someone pointed out to me that when you are law enforcement, there's no such thing as a routine stop. There's no such thing as a routine welfare check. You don't know what is going to happen. So yes, they were making a stop. Yes, they were called out to that Walmart, and they never know what is going to happen. And so yeah, these men and women really do put their lives on the line the second they put their uniform on.
You know, when that really hit home for me, Anita, was just the other day, and it was on your Saturday morning show with Ty, and I was out at the JDRF One Walk, the Walk to Cure Diabetes out there in Mesa, and off camera, you know, we did all the things that we were doing on your show, but off camera I was visiting with a couple of police officers who were out there.
Ron,
because
I'm sorry, we're breaking up here, and I'm unable to hear you right now.
Are you? Okay, well, it looks like we're losing our signal. But Anita, great coverage, and thank you very much.
All right, you guys, we're going to toss it back to you here and wrap up our coverage. But again, Officer Pueblo shot in the face, twice shot at 3 times, released from the hospital here in Chandler, heading home, hopefully to make a full recovery. Back to you guys.
All right, Anita, thanks for your coverage. That was Anita Roman. You guys are now watching Ron Hoon and I bringing you a wrap-up of what we just watched. Actually, I'm going to have pull-ups of this video that we have from the scene of what went down over the weekend.
Yeah, it came out originally kicked out as a trespassing call. It was early in the morning. This is the big Walmart that they've got there in Chandler, just off the 202 freeway. The Walmart I shop at is in Mesa, near my home. I'm sure you've been to a Walmart near where you live in Phoenix, SK. And I mean, it's just the world we live in. Every once in a while you see a police squad car out near the front entrance because something happened. And it starts just like that. And then the next thing you know, you start seeing, especially if you were watching any of it unfold on social media, we were sending out the tweets fast and furious as soon as the word came in that there had been an officer-involved shooting. The suspect, the officers out there were able to open fire and take the guy down. And the question, of course, on everyone's mind literally for hours was, will both officers be okay?
Right.
And it was, it was a little bit touch and go there for Officer Pueblo. So to see it now in less than 1 week's time, 6 days later, to see him make this remarkable recovery is just almost gives you chills.
We actually have an image of Officer Pueblo that I can pull up as well. There he is. That is Officer Pueblo, who was just released from the hospital. There's another photo, another video that we have coming up of both the officers that were involved in this shooting.
Yeah.
As we'll continue to watch this feed. This actually is a photo that was posted on social media when Officer Pueblo was moved from ICU today. You can see all the people cheering him on.
Mm-hmm.
Why would someone want to shoot somebody over something? That's so ridiculous. Like, what the heck's the world coming to, man? You know what I mean? It's so sad.
Such a crazy scene.
It is, and as our society gets more violent, and we report to you on more shootings,
so many shootings,
to have a story that we have seen end in just almost unspeakable tragedy, to see this one come so close, and then yet to have it have this emotional, you can't say ending because he's still got a recovery, but to see this part of the story as we move forward a week after it all happened is really incredible.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. I just wanted to bring up this story. You and I were kind of briefly talking about it this morning, but President Obama announcing new steps to reduce gun violence, mainly by helping manufacturers understand what law enforcement agencies need from so-called smart guns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those are the firearms that use the kind of technology that could prevent accidental shootings or help to locate a missing gun that you never want to end up in the wrong hands. He went on to Facebook and also announced a rule that would ensure the federal mental health records about people.
Right.
And who do you immediately think of? You think of the Sandy Hook shooter. You know,
But I
somebody
think
who
anyone
never should
who's
have had.
going out of their way to just attempt to kill someone,
Yeah, right.
you know,
Yeah,
has something,
sure.
you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like this guy that
Yeah.
we're looking at right here, the suspect.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, you can't be in your right mind to willingly just
I know.
want to shoot at people.
Correct.
It's one thing to, you know, enjoy your guns
Yeah.
in a peaceful manner, and there's
Yeah,
another.
right.
It's another way to just almost take someone's life.
I know it. So shoplifting seems to happen all the time. So this guy makes the decision
Right.
to go into a store, quote unquote, trespassing, but he brought a gun with him. And so you're going to brandish that weapon, or you're going to be so idiotic, so foolish and cowardly to try to open fire on an officer, you know what's going to happen next. And that's exactly what happened to this guy.
And is it worth it? I mean, so what? You get arrested for shoplifting, your life is still.
Right. You probably don't even go to jail.
I mean.
You know, I mean, unless you have a bunch of priors.
But now look.
Yes, right.
Attempted murder? Is
Correct.
that what he's facing?
No, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead?
Yeah, they shot him to death.
I missed that part.
Yeah. So he made the decision to bring the gun to that Walmart with him, and that was a foolish and deadly decision on his part, and he almost cost the life of a beloved member of the Chandler Police
And
Force.
lost his own. It was not worth it.
There you are.
What the motivation was in that situation, I have
Yeah.
no idea.
All right. Well, Anita, great coverage there, and we're sure glad that we were able to bring that local breaking event to you on News Now. You know, we have a fantastic morning show, and we are on the air from 4:30 right through till 10, but it just seems like there's so many events that happen at 10, 10:15, 10:30, 11 o'clock, and that's where News Now takes over. So SK, good job.
We're there all the time,
we really
unless
are.
it's 11:30 at night.
Right. All right.
Well, thanks, Ron, for
Yes,
hanging out.
absolutely.
Guys, we're going to take you live now to Washington, D.C. Josh Earnest, the White House press secretary, holding his daily briefing.
You know, these are decisions for voters to make, and the president, as a voter, has cast a ballot, but has not weighed in publicly about who his preference is. So at some point, I think the president will make a strong case about the need for the Democratic Party to come together in support of the policies that he's fought so hard to put in place? That will be a fundamental question in the election.
So you said multiple times that you welcome robust debate, that, you know, this is just what happens with the election. It's good for the country. But at the same time, we've heard the president say at a private event that Democrats really need to come together right now. So would you disagree with words like that Sanders has been a destructive influence not only on Democrats but on the country?
Well, I've done my best to stay out of the middle of the debate between the two Democratic candidates, and I'm going to try to do that in this case. I think what the president is focused on is ensuring that when the general election does roll around, and it hasn't yet, but when we get knee-deep in a general election, it will be important for Democrats to keep in mind what their priorities are. And obviously the president has spent the better part of 7.5 years fighting for a set of priorities, and he'll, I'm confident, make a case in the general election about the wisdom of continuing that fight. But the time for that part of the debate has not yet arrived.
So Sanders being called destructive and not productive for Democrats, not productive for this country, you don't want to weigh in on whether you agree or disagree with that?
I don't, because there's the part of working on a campaign is engaging in charges and countercharges, and I think it is a fair observation to note the difference in tone and tenor between the debate on the Democratic side and the debate on the Republican side. I think many Republicans have made that observation. I don't think I'm saying anything particularly controversial. But the president does believe in the value of a robust debate, and politics are tough. But I think what the president's focused on is a general election and making sure that the people that have been so strongly supportive of his policies over the last 7 or 8 years realize the stakes of the general election, and the president will have ample opportunity to make that case.
Okay. And not sure if you noticed, but this weekend is the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and
I was aware.
This being the president's last year, is he going to do anything different, or can you sort of give us a little foreshadowing of what he plans to do with his time? I mean, it's always, kind of follows the routine. He has a lot of jokes. Is he going to try to put his stamp on it? Anything like that you can say?
Well, I don't want to give away any surprises, but
will there be surprises?
I wouldn't rule out a couple of surprises. I think surprise is a key element in humor, and the president is certainly. I want to protect his ability to surprise you with some good jokes. The president does enjoy this opportunity. That it is something. The president, over the course of 8 years, has given thousands of speeches in public in one form or another. The vast majority of them are dealing with very serious topics, and this is one unique opportunity that he has every year to poke a little fun at himself, poke a little fun at the process, maybe even poke a little fun at a political adversary or two. But it's also a reminder of how in one way or another, we all have a role to play in our democracy. And obviously the president has an important role to set the agenda, but you all have an important role too, to hold those in power accountable. And the president's respectful of that role, and I'm confident the president will acknowledge that in the serious portion of his speech, because he believes in the value of professional, independent media. But look, the other way that we can reflect the importance of political journalism in our country is to poke a little fun at the process. And there are ample opportunities to do so this year.
Is he just going to let loose this year? Is basically what I'm asking.
Well, I think I'll let you judge based on his comments about whether or not he took advantage of the opportunity to let loose, as you described it.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, JC.
To misquote Richard M. Nixon, the president won't have Donald Trump to kick around anymore. The last time he appeared, I believe, was 2011. He will not be in the audience. Mm-hmm. Well, does the president regret that opportunity?
Well, again, I want to preserve the element of surprise here, And I don't think that duck in the room means that you are going to avoid some attention in the speeches. But we'll see. Okay. Laura.
About Donald Trump, is the president concerned about the protesters now, well, again, like last night, took the street, protest Donald Trump? That's the first question.
Well, Laura, I think in general there is a long history and a long tradition of protest in the American political system. In fact, this country was started by a bunch of protesters, some of whom decided that they were pretty unhappy about taxes and threw some barrels of tea in the Boston Harbor. So there's a history of protests in this country. What the president believes is that we also have a system of government, and there's an opportunity for voters to make their voices heard at the ballot box, and there should be a debate, and there should be a public debate, and that debate is likely to be filled with some emotion. These are serious issues that are being discussed. So while people surely should take advantage of the history and tradition in this country of engaging in political protest, they need to do so with some respect for the system and for our country and for our government, and to ensure that protest isn't a source of violence and doesn't incite violence. The protest should not be used to drown out the ability of other people to participate in our political system or to participate in the political debate. But there's a strong history of protests in this country. That's a good thing. It's something we're proud of as Americans.
But in a presidential election outside the United States, the whole world now is watching with quite astonishment what's happening when Donald Trump is speaking. You don't think the president has a responsibility to do something about the potential of violence, which is happening now each time Donald Trump is speaking?
Well, I'll just say, as a general statement, the president has been outspoken on a number of occasions about how our political system, our form of politics in the United States, was geared toward resolving conflicts. This is a big, diverse country, and people are going to have different points of view. And we resolve those differences not through violence, not by taking up arms against one another, not by questioning someone else's patriotism, or judging someone based on their religion or their color or who they are, but rather through our system of government, where every citizen has an opportunity to cast a vote and make their voices heard at the ballot box. And that's how our system of government was designed. And that's the way that it should work.
And on Donald Trump again, yesterday in California, he was talking about his solution to fight ISIS, referring to General Pershing, and it was quite astonishing also for a lot of foreign observers. And on NBC News, he was talking about the possibility to nuclear ISIS. He said that he won't exclude, if he's elected president, to use the nuclear weapon against ISIS. What's the White House reaction on that?
Well, I'll let all of you sort of conclude the wisdom of that kind of strategy. I think the president's been pretty clear about what our strategy is. And that is a strategy that is mindful of the need to protect the American people, and that our success in the effort to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL is not unrelated to how those efforts are carried out. For example, we make it a priority in this country to avoid civilian casualties. That certainly is going to be a lot harder to do if you're using nuclear weapons or advocating the use of nuclear weapons. In this country, we have made clear that people are included and not discriminated against just because of their religion or what their name is or how they may have entered the country, but rather they're judged based on their contributions to the country and their contributions to the political debate. And that's not just a reflection of our values, But our commitment to our values is also an important part of advancing our interests around the world and protecting our national security.
You don't feel the need to quiet down the tone at this moment? Due to what's happening, the level of anger, frustration, and what's happening in this country, you don't think that there's a responsibility to quiet down this tone?
Well, again, there's a long history of tough political debate and protests in this country. And again, that kind of protest and debate was present at the creation of our country. At the same time, leaders in both parties have a responsibility not to incite violence, not to promote discrimination, but rather to, even in the midst of tough political debates, remind us all that there's a whole lot more that we have in common than divides us. And that certainly has been part and parcel of the president's leadership style, even before he entered the Oval Office. And that is a legacy, certainly an aspect of his legacy that President Obama is quite proud of. Okay, Ron.
I was just reading through the MSF response to the DOD investigation, and without going through all the details of it, they point out that they've been asking for an international humanitarian fact-finding commission to look into this, and they say that that has so far gone unanswered. Is there an answer to that request, or is this the final word on this from the United States?
I think at this point this is the final word. This is the transparent, thorough, and objective accounting that the president asked for.
There were other investigations, though, right? There was one involving the Afghan government, and wasn't there? There were other investigations.
I don't remember. I guess you can check with the Afghan government about that.
So why not have an international body, a more impartial body? Obviously, the U.S. military has a vested interest in this. Why not have a international, nonpartisan? Why not have that?
Yeah, well, because the president has confidence that the investigation that was conducted was objective. It was conducted by people who are not involved in the particular operation, and it was conducted.
These are commanders, though.
No, the investigation was conducted by individuals who were not involved in the investigation. They were outside of the chain of command of those who were involved in the investigation. So that's why we would have described it as an objective investigation and an objective accounting of what exactly transpired. What's also clear here, Ron, is that an investigation that includes suggestions for reforms needs to be conducted by individuals that have their own working expertise of how U.S. military operations are conducted. So I understand sort of the case that you're making for the benefits of an investigation that's conducted by someone outside of the United States military. But I think it's important that you don't overlook the value of choosing somebody who understands how the U.S. military works, who understands how these kinds of operations are carried out, but is also somebody who can be objective because they weren't involved in the operation, they're not in the chain of command with the individuals who are involved in the operation, they're professional investigators, and they can put forward a clear rendering of what transpired, of what steps toward accountability should be taken, and what reforms should be implemented to prevent something like this from happening again.
Clearly, this internationally renowned and respected organization does not think that this is justice when there are 42 people dead and there is no one held criminally responsible. How do you reconcile that?
Well, I reconcile that by saying the United States goes to great lengths to avoid civilian casualties. And when those casualties do occur as a result of human error that was compounded by systemic and procedural failures, the United States of America owns up to it. The United States of America conducts an independent investigation to determine what exactly happened. The United States of America, consistent with our values, is transparent about those failures. They're published on a website that all of you can see right now. We've owned up to it. The individuals who are involved and do bear some accountability are held accountable. That's our system. And that is a system that's consistent with our values. It's also a system that follows through on implementing reforms that make something like this much less likely to ever happen again. And that's that's what the commander-in-chief asked for, and that's what he got.
The other thing I point out is that they believe this focus on intent is not a valid answer to the question of responsibility in determining a crime or a war crime. Clearly you don't agree with that, but do you see the point that this idea of intent is not, it's the result, it's what happened, and intent is not a way to essentially explain away someone's responsibility?
Look, I think the passion that's evident in the arguments that are being made by MSF is entirely understandable. This is a tragedy, and this is an organization that does heroic work around the world. And in this case, some of the individuals that they employ, or at least support, were killed while they were trying to tend to the wounds of people, innocent people, who were injured in this conflict. So I think their response is entirely human, one that's entirely understandable, one that's entirely reasonable. But what's also true is that the investigation that was conducted by the Department of Defense is consistent with the orders they received from the Commander-in-Chief. And the American people and people around the world can go and decide for themselves whether or not this investigation was serious. I think when you take a look at a report that extends beyond 100 pages, there's ample detail in there. And it does discuss what transpired and what steps could be taken to prevent these errors from happening somewhere else. And that's again, I think that's what the president has been focused on, even in the midst of this terrible tragedy.
On a much lighter note,
yeah.
The correspondence, when you answered the question before, you said ducking the room. Were you referring to Mr. Trump in that?
No, I was just suggesting that
generally anybody who doesn't show
even people who don't show up are not necessarily guaranteed to be spared from some good-natured ribbing by the President of the United States or by anybody else who speaks tomorrow night.
And just one other thing on the Invictus Games. There's a video going around. Did the royal family ask? How did that come about? I guess is the question that some folks would want to know.
Well, the Invictus Games is obviously an international competition by our men and women in uniform, and there's a friendly rivalry between the United States and our allies in the United Kingdom, and the offices of the President and First Lady coordinated closely with the royal family to tape these videos and to organize this effort to show their support for our citizens who will be competing in those games.
There was what might be called some transatlantic trash talking involved, where the Obama said, "Bring it on," or something to that effect, and the Queen's response was, "Oh, please," or something like that. What is their response?
I was going to say that was quite a reenactment there, Ron. I encourage everybody to go take a look at the video.
Yeah, you can't mimic the Queen. But the "Oh, please" from the Queen. What is the?
Yeah. Look, I think what.
You're not frightened by that, I guess.
Not frightened at all. This is just an attempt to show our strong support for the American and British heroes who will be participating in the Invictus Games. And obviously, I guess no pun intended, the Queen was a good sport about it. And so people should check out the video. But obviously, this is this is a competition to really highlight the service and sacrifice of the best that the United States has to offer. And it's also the best that our allies in the UK have to offer. And it should be a great set of games. They're hosted next weekend in Orlando, Florida. Okay.
Is he going to make fun of the Queen during the White House?
I doubt it. She probably does spare some ridicule by not attending the dinner. Angela.
Thanks, Josh. You said that the president's been briefed on the report about the accidental hospital bombing. You mentioned yesterday that he might read the entire report. Do you know if he plans to do that?
I don't know whether or not he plans to read the entire report. I know that he hasn't so far, but he was briefed on the details of the report earlier today.
And has he, or does he plan to reach out to anybody with Doctors Without Borders now that the report has been released?
You'll recall the president did have an opportunity to speak to one of the leaders of that organization shortly after this incident occurred. I know that the Department of Defense, including General Votel, the newly installed commander of Central Command, has been in touch with senior officials at MSF to discuss the report. At this point, I'm not sure, and I don't know of any planned phone calls from the president to MSF officials at this point.
And then on one other topic, the Supreme Court this morning declined to block Texas's voter ID law. The president has talked frequently about voter access this year. What's his reaction to that action by the Supreme Court?
Well, I didn't see the announcement from the Supreme Court. The president has expressed his significant concern with politically motivated efforts to make it harder for people to vote. As the president observed, I believe, at this podium yesterday, the United States is the only genuine democracy in the world that actually makes it harder for its citizens to vote than it should be. And there's increasing evidence to indicate that Republicans engage in these kinds of tactics to make it harder for people to vote because they perceive a political interest in doing so. They somehow believe that if fewer people vote, that that's good for Republicans. It's not exactly a motto to be proud of, I don't think. So the president obviously believes that that when cities and states and even the federal government are considering voting laws, that they should do so with an eye toward making it easier and more convenient for citizens who are registered to vote. And that's a principle that he's going to keep fighting for. But it's hard for me to comment directly on the Supreme Court decision without having seen it. Okay. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. Does the president support the idea that some of the women and men who were involved in the accident in Afghanistan should in fact lose their jobs?
Well, Kevin, I'm not in a position to comment specifically on the accountability measures that were announced by the Department of Defense. As the Commander-in-Chief and as the spokesman for the Commander-in-Chief, I need to avoid even the appearance of any potential undue command influence. So the President was clear that an objective accounting of the facts and circumstances of this tragedy needed to be brought forward, and that's what the Department of Defense did. And commanders at the Department of Defense took a look at the evidence, they took a look at the report, and they made a decision about the appropriate accountability measures to be imposed. But I'd refer to the Department of Defense to speak to those.
But just to put a fine point on, the president would support their decision should those commanders decide to relieve someone of duty.
Well, Kevin, I just can't speak to any in any detail about the specific accountability measures that have been imposed or any potential accountability measures that could be announced at a later date. This is something that was decided by the Department of Defense. But what I can tell you is that the report that was made public today by the Department of Defense is consistent with the President's expectations about the need for a thorough, transparent, and objective accounting of the facts.
Can I ask you about smart guns? And the federal government, from my research, is still the largest purchaser of weapons in the United States. Is this an area where the President would like to get more smart guns in the hands of the federal government and make that part of his mandate to push forward this technology?
Well, Kevin, earlier today, the White House actually did announce the moving forward on an executive action that the President announced actually at the early this year. And this is an executive action that would essentially allow law enforcement officials at the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to begin developing guidelines and standards for smart gun technology. And the idea is, are there a set of standards and guidelines that can be developed that would ensure that smart gun technology could effectively be used by law enforcement officers? And the idea is that, yes, the federal government is a bulk purchaser of firearms. And so it does raise questions about that potential, but that is not the announcement that we made today. And the announcement that we made today was this question about specific guidelines and standards and whether or not those could be developed and consistent with the needs of law enforcement officials.
How concerned is the President about the notion from some gun owners that this is yet another intrusion by the federal government to try to get regular law-abiding gun purchasers and gun owners to purchase a technology that they're not interested in, or to somehow mandate this in the future?
Well, I think this is consistent with the kind of wild-eyed conspiracy theories that we've heard on this issue for years now. I think what is true is I couldn't think of another industry off the top of my head that isn't interested in looking at new technology that could make their product safer. Just about every other industry that I can think of, that's what people do. That's what manufacturers do. That is a source of innovation in a variety of fields. I think the best example of this is in the auto industry. Auto manufacturers actually market the degree to which they use new technology to make their products safer, to make cars and trucks safer. And it is surprising to me that so many gun manufacturers shirk that responsibility. I think one of the other questions that can be answered by this effort to try to devise a set of standards and guidelines is whether or not a market would emerge for a gun manufacturer that deploys smart gun technology. Is there a manufacturer that comes forward and says, hey, I can adopt those standards that the federal government has said would be consistent with the needs of law enforcement officials, and maybe I can make some money by marketing to people who are interested in actually being safer. But all that's an open question, and a question that will ultimately be determined by the free market. But it certainly is a question that's been answered in the affirmative by the free market in just about every other product imaginable.
Lastly, let me ask you about Puerto Rico. You and I spoke yesterday about the ticking of the clock. May 1st is around the corner now. Can you discuss the restructuring of the debt effort that is ongoing there for Puerto Rico, and the possibility that American taxpayers can end up having to, if not be on the hook for the problems there, responsible for trying to mitigate the damage?
Well, the problem right now, Kevin, is that the government of Puerto Rico does not have the authority that they need to effectively restructure their debt. The kind of authority that the federal government has proposed giving the Puerto Rican government is the kind of restructuring authority that's available to cities all across the country. So this is not a strategy that had to be designed from scratch. There's a template for giving the government the authority that they need, the local government the authority that they need to restructure their debt. Now, what's also true is the Obama administration, at least, is interested in making sure that that restructuring authority is paired with a commitment on the part of the Puerto Rican government to implement long overdue economic, financial, and fiscal reforms. And we should write into the law oversight that ensures the Puerto Rican government makes good on their commitment to implement those reforms.
So where are we in the process then? Because May 1st is around the corner. And
well, where we are in the process is that now for 191 days, we've seen Republicans in Congress fail to act on the common sense proposal that the administration put forward back on October 21st. And that delay has allowed the situation in Puerto Rico to only get worse. And that's why the case that I've made is that Republicans who are falsely suggesting that the proposal that I've outlined is a bailout, that's wrong. It's not a bailout. But the more they delay and the more that Republicans drag their feet, the more likely it is that a bailout becomes the only option. So it's irresponsible for Republicans to be handling this in the way that they have thus far. Frankly, their false accusations only further gum up the process in a way that makes the worst possible outcome even more likely.
Any chance that there'll be work on this over the weekend? Because between now and Monday, something's got to give.
Well, I know there have been extensive conversations already between administration officials, most of them at the Treasury Department, and officials on Capitol Hill. Obviously, Puerto Rican officials have been involved in this too. Look, this is an island that's inhabited by 3 million Americans. And these are American citizens who are increasingly at risk because of the dire fiscal situation of the local government. So this is where Congress has to step in and act, show some leadership, and act in a way that is not just in the best interests of the Americans in Puerto Rico, but actually act in the best interests of the 300 million Americans that live here on the mainland, to make sure we're not on the hook for bailing out Puerto Rico. Okay, Mark.
Josh, have the Russians ever responded to the U.S. complaint about the buzzing of the U.S. naval vessel?
I don't know how the Russians responded to the concerns that were expressed by our military attaché and I just don't know what whether or not or how the Russians communicated or responded to the concerns that we raised. But obviously those concerns were raised by the military attaché at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow to his military counterpart.
Do you know if there was another complaint after the incident with a U.S. reconnaissance plane?
I do not know whether or not additional concerns were raised about that incident, but you could check with the Department of Defense about that.
Also, I saw that there's a movie coming out about the Obama's first date. Do you know whether the President and First Lady have cooperated in the making of that movie?
I've read a little bit of the news coverage about this. It was a couple of months ago that I first saw the first story about it. I'm not aware of any cooperation on the part of the White House or the Obama family in the making of that movie. But I do know that the President and First Lady have heard of the movie. I don't know if they've seen it.
You don't know? Could you find out?
I'll look into it.
Thanks.
All right, Margaret.
Josh, apologies if you talked about this at the beginning. On Afghanistan, with this incident in Kunduz, there was the reference at the briefing at the Pentagon that there was some combat fatigue that played a role in all this. And it made me wonder if the White House has any timeline or any update on when you're going to move from that 9,800 down to 5,500 U.S. troops.
I don't have an update on our troop posture at this point. Obviously, the President has laid out a strategy, one that he spoke about as recently as the end of last year. And the strategy that he's laid out is consistent with the recommendations that he's received from our military leaders, both here in Washington and on the ground in Afghanistan. Our men and women in uniform have two missions. The first is continuing to fight terrorism. We know there are extremist elements that could be trying to use the chaos in Afghanistan as cover to establish a safe haven there. We want to make sure that they're not able to do that. But in addition to that, our military service members are also providing some advice and assistance to Afghan security forces whose capacity is only improving. So those dual missions will continue. And I don't have any update at this point about whether or not a change in our posture is imminent.
Is it fair to say that the troop position is still under review, as is the consideration of allowing U.S. troops more of what they're requesting in terms of leeway to engage on the battlefield?
Well, what the President has said about this is that it is important for the broader strategic decisions that are made about things like force posture to be influenced, at least, by conditions on the ground. We need to be mindful of what's happening on the ground, even as we are making higher level strategic decisions. That certainly is why the Commander-in-Chief gets regular updates from his military and civilian leadership at the Department of Defense about what's happening in Afghanistan. He understands that as he's setting the broader strategic direction, it needs to reflect the changing situation on the ground. At this point, I'm not aware of any changes that are being contemplated with respect to the mission that our men and women in uniform are fulfilling.
On Syria, I wanted to ask you, some of the friendly groups to the U.S., rebel groups, have come out and really strongly hit back, saying, why isn't the White House condemning specifically the Russian buildup around Aleppo and the regime, what they believe were regime strikes on medical personnel and hospitals, believing that it is, to them, obvious who did it, and wondering why the White House isn't condemning it, saying that makes you complicit in allowing this sort of thing to continue to happen.
Well, I can tell you that this particular incident about the I'm referring to the MSF facility in Syria, was not the result of any action taken by the United States or our coalition partners. I noted yesterday that the tactics used in that incident were consistent with tactics that we've seen used by the Assad regime in other parts of the country. But at this point, I'm not aware of any analysis that has concluded definitively that the Assad regime or associated forces are directly responsible. But like I said, the early evidence that is already available indicates that it's quite similar to the tactics that have been used by the Assad regime in other places. And this administration, from the president on down, have repeatedly and forcefully condemned the immoral tactics of the Assad regime. We've noted that this bloodthirsty dictator has time and time again used the military might of that nation to attack innocent citizens. That is, in fact, why the Obama administration believes that he has lost legitimacy to lead that country. And it's why we believe a political transition is necessary to try to bring an end to the chaos and to try to address the series of consequences that have stemmed from President Bashar al-Assad's failed political leadership.
The opposition sees that hedging as a defense of a broken peace and a desperate attempt to save a faltering, didn't really even get started, peace process here, saying that this is some political theater. Call it what it is and say directly what it is. How do you put that concern to rest?
Well, I think what I would say is simply that the observations that we have made are based on available information and available evidence. And there's no denying that the United States of America has, on a variety of occasions, starting at the level of the president on down, has repeatedly and forcefully condemned the attacks that the Assad regime has launched against innocent civilians. What's also true is that this administration has made reaching a political settlement and a political transition inside of Syria a top priority. There is no military solution that can be imposed successfully on Syria. The way to resolve the chaos in that country. Well, actually, the Russians themselves have acknowledged that a political transition is necessary. They've indicated that they share that view, and what we have challenged the Russians to do is to use their influence with the Assad regime to get them to participate in those talks more constructively. And look, the fact that those talks convened and the fact that there was, at least for several weeks, a cessation of hostilities that largely held was a testament to the efforts of the United States and our ability to persuade the Russians to influence the Assad regime. So this is a strategy that has shown at least a little glimmer of progress, a glimmer of hope, and that's why the administration continues to push. That's why you see the dogged engagement of Secretary Kerry in this effort. His repeated calls to Foreign Minister Lavrov and other participants in these talks are an indication that we're trying to capitalize on a very, very narrow opening. Because, as the president observed during his trip last week, all the options in Syria are bad. There are no good options there. So we might as well be focused on the one thing that we know can address the wide array of problems in that country, and that is seeking a political transition that would bring leadership to Syria that reflects the will and ambition of the Syrian people, that can unite that country, that can restore some order, that can be a partner of the United States and our coalition partners to degrade and ultimately destroy ISIL, and begin to try to govern that country once again. This is a long-term goal. It's not going to happen overnight. And there will be lots of starts and stops to try to achieve that end. But that is the path that we're trying to carve out. And it's painstaking work, and it is, goodness knows it's frustrating. But that is the path to an outcome that reflects the best interest of the United States and the path to an outcome that reflects the best way to resolve a conflict that has contributed to tensions in an already volatile part of the world.
So this isn't a failure to confront on the part of the U.S. in an attempt to rescue what remains a hopeful idea, but not a real political process at this point.
Again, the United States has willingly and forcefully condemned the immoral and bloodthirsty actions of the Assad regime. They have repeatedly used grotesque military tactics to attack innocent men, women, and children. And we have forcefully condemned those actions more times than I can count. And yes, the United States has been focused on trying to bring along political talks. And not because it's easy, but because we recognize that political talks are the best path to resolving the chaos and turmoil and violence inside of Syria.
And lastly, on North Korea, is the U.S. open to doing what they've done in the past and perhaps entertain the idea of sending an envoy to bring back the 2 Americans who are now imprisoned there? One of them sentenced today.
Yeah. Well, what we have said, particularly as it relates to Mr. Warmbier, the college student who was detained in North Korea back in January, is we've called on the North Korean government to release him on humanitarian grounds so that he can be reunited with his family. Our engagement with the North Koreans has been through the Swedish government. The Swedes are our protecting power in North Korea, and we're going to continue to work through Swedish diplomats to secure the release of these American citizens. Okay.
But as for the sentencing today, can you say anything about it?
As for the sentencing today, I don't have much to say about it. We continue to go to great lengths to try to bring home Americans that we believe are wrongfully held around the world. And those efforts will continue, and those efforts in North Korea are done through our Swedish protecting power there. Okay. All right, John.
Talking about the Zika funding, the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2015, it increased discretionary caps $80 billion over 2 years, including non-defense discretionary spending by about $40 billion over through the end of the next fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
Does that money give the administration any flexibility to work with appropriators to try to come up with a way to fund the emergency with Zika? Or is that completely out of bounds?
Well, I'm certainly no expert when it comes to the intricacies of the congressional budget process. What I do know, and what requires no expertise to conclude, is that the budget process that's being run by Republicans in the House and Senate right now is totally broken. The prospects of any sort of budget agreement, even by the strong Republican majorities in the House and Senate, are basically nil. Which is why it is totally irresponsible for Republicans to suggest that this broken budget process should be pursued to meet an urgent need. Our public health professionals have called this a public health emergency. It has prompted an emergency response by the CDC and the NIH and other public health professionals all across the country. And it's time for Congress to treat it accordingly. Democrats in Congress are certainly committed to addressing this emergency, but Republicans aren't. And frankly, I don't know why. I don't know what their explanation is. It's not as if the Zika virus only affects Democrats. Pregnant women in both parties are affected by the Zika virus and are at risk. It's time for Congress to do something to protect them. And every day that goes by that Republicans in Congress fail to act is another day lost to our efforts to prepare for this emergency. And that's the subject of intense disappointment. And it is highly irresponsible, and I don't know how Republicans, who are in the majority in Congress right now, are going to explain that to their constituents as they spend the next 10 days not in Congress. So I don't know if these members of Congress are planning a vacation or if they're planning town hall meetings, but I suspect they're going to get some pretty direct questions from their constituents asking them why they haven't done anything to address a public health emergency. And I suspect that Republicans at some point later this summer, when the television networks and the newspapers are warning of this public health crisis, the Republicans themselves are going to be wondering why they didn't do something earlier. And I don't know what the answer to that question will be either.
And then quickly on the White House Correspondents' Dinner, in 2011, the president really went after Donald Trump. But since then, he's said that the rhetoric he's using is dangerous and it's making our allies really nervous. Is Donald Trump still a laughing matter? Can he still prove to be the butt of jokes at the dinner this week?
Tune in on Saturday night and we'll all find out.
Bernie Sanders is the only presidential candidate I believe that will be in attendance. You said before that he'd be going after his adversaries, but do you expect Democrats to also be on the receiving end?
Well, I noted that the president will certainly poke a little fun at himself, and I suspect that a little good-natured ribbing of his friends will occur as well.
And lastly, after the party, is the president planning any sort of after-party here at the White House with his friends and supporters?
Not that I'm aware of. But that'd be a pretty hot ticket if he were, wouldn't it? It would. All right. John, in the back.
Thanks, Josh. I've noticed Donald Trump, especially on Wednesday, I noticed he wouldn't say his name, look back, and it seems to be a pattern. And when asked about some of his proposals and pronouncements, you talk about the president's record, especially on foreign policy. Why is that? And as he moves closer to being the nominee, will the White House have to change that approach?
Well, look, over the course of the last 9 months or so, I've been asked frequently about presidential candidates in both parties. And as I think I've been pretty candid about the fact that there are some opportunities that I've taken to weigh in that debate, but mostly I've tried to stay out of it. And I think as the general election advances, I'm going to try to fulfill what responsibilities I have here, which is to obviously help all of you understand exactly what's happening at the White House, but also to be an advocate for the president's policies and the president's values and the president's priorities. That will be the subject of some debate in the general election. And so I anticipate that, that I'll be asked about what some of the other candidates have to say about it. And that'll be, I'll have to make some strategic decisions about how to most effectively make the case for the president. Obviously, the president himself is going to be out there making his case too. And he'll do that here at the White House, but also as he travels across the country. And it's going to be an interesting fall, I suspect.
And on Zika, Senator Blunt says the Zika gang in the Senate, they're trying to produce something that can move to final passage.
Is Zika gang a thing now?
I'm giving it a shot.
Okay,
It's
that's
Friday,
pretty
why
good.
not?
There you go. Do they have I imagine they all have black leather jackets and maybe a certain color of bandana or something. Hey man, we're the Zika gang. It's got a good ring to it.
They're trying to produce something.
Maybe it should be. I'll call Cody and let him know we have some edits.
So Senator Blunt says they're trying to produce something that can get to final passage in both chambers and to the president's desk. Senator Graham yesterday, who's part of the gang, mentioned possibly offsetting the funds, whatever additional funds they might come up with. Is the White House open to some offsets, some or all of it, and might that be a way to pass it with the majority of the majority in the House?
Well, look, I don't want to prejudge the process. What I will say is the process has already been delayed for too long by Republicans who have not recognized that this needs to be a priority. One of the reasons that emergency funding is typically not offset is that funding bills can often get bogged down in debates about the pay-fors. The essence of an emergency is that Congress should act quickly. So what we would like to see is Congress to act quickly, to act consistent with the urgent need that our public health professionals say exists. So if there were a way to design a package that had strong bipartisan support, that could be quickly and easily resolved, that included pay-fors, I wouldn't rule that out of hand. But given how long it has taken to just discuss the funding in and of itself, I find it hard to imagine a scenario in which there isn't a protracted debate about the pay-fors. That protracted debate at this point is frankly not something that we can afford. The fact is, there is no debating among scientists that Congress needs to act urgently so that we can prepare for this emergency. But Republicans in Congress have failed to do it, and we're going to continue to make the case that they should. Okay, Dave.
Josh, on the Garland nomination, with these progressive groups starting a campaign this weekend to push for the hearing of 9 states they've planned in 9 days, I wanted to talk a little bit about.
I guess they're calling it the 999 plan, huh?
And speaking of the congressional delays, you've been speaking.
Has a little ring to it, doesn't it?
It does. It's going on 7 weeks since the president made this nomination. It doesn't appear like you're any closer to a hearing, and the congressional calendar, you might call it less than robust for the rest of the year. Do you view this campaign coming up as the last best shot you've got at getting a hearing?
Well, no, not necessarily. Look, I think we made a forceful case for why Chief Judge Garland deserves to be treated fairly by the Senate. The Senate has a constitutional responsibility to offer their advice and consent of a presidential nominee. President Obama has taken that advice and consent responsibility quite seriously. The president conducted extensive negotiations and conversations with members of Congress prior to putting Chief Judge Garland's name forward. And the president, it's not a coincidence that the president actually nominated somebody that even leading Republicans have described as a consensus nominee. Chief Judge Garland is somebody who has served on the second highest court in the land for 19 years. He's got more federal judicial experience than any other Supreme Court nominee in American history. He is an individual who's spent his life in public service. He's somebody who has demonstrated that he understands that a judge should interpret the law, not advance a political agenda. That's why it's particularly disappointing that somebody with a set of credentials and experience like this is being treated so unfairly by Republicans in the Senate. So we're going to continue to press upon Republicans and make the case that they should do what every other Supreme Court nominee since 1875 has gotten, which is a hearing and or a vote. Those are just the facts. And those arguments have gotten some traction. Certainly there's ample public evidence to indicate that Republicans' political standing has suffered as a result of the unreasonable position they've taken with respect to Chief Judge Garland's nomination. I saw some polling just yesterday that the approval rating of the Republican Party as a whole is as low as it's been since I was in high school. This is despite the fact that there are strong Republican majorities in the House and Senate and Congress. I think that's an indication that people aren't particularly pleased in either party by the way that Republican leaders in Washington, D.C. have handled the people's business. I think in many cases, they've refused to handle the people's business. They've refused to move on emergency funding for Zika. They've refused to consider restructuring authority for Puerto Rico despite the dire financial situation there. They've refused to even give a hearing, let alone a vote, to the president's consensus Supreme Court nominee. Consensus is a word that is often used by Republicans. to say nothing of the budget process that Republicans have previously described as critically important and the basic function of Congress, but yet we've seen that process utterly break down in both the House and the Senate. So there are some difficult questions for Republicans to answer, and certainly moving forward with fair consideration of the President's Supreme Court nominee is one way that Republicans could try to restore confidence in their ability to do the simplest, most basic thing. This is a responsibility to consider these Supreme Court nominees. This is a responsibility that's outlined in the Constitution. And the President could have chosen somebody who's outside the mainstream, somebody who's a strong progressive that has political views that are far different than any Republican senator, but that's not what he's done. He's actually chosen somebody that even Republicans have described as a consensus nominee, somebody that's demonstrated time and time again that he has what it takes to serve on the Supreme Court. In fact, I made note of an op-ed that was written by Ted Olson today. So Ted Olson is certainly no liberal. He's a conservative and a widely respected legal mind, frankly, on both sides of the aisle, but his conservative credentials are well known. He wrote, quote, "By temperament, character, and qualifications, Judge Garland is precisely the kind of jurist we want on the Supreme Court. For Republicans, there is much to recommend giving Mr. Garland a good look, a respectful hearing, and a vote on the merits." That's a conservative lawyer who's making that argument. So this is an argument that's gotten traction, and I think the pressure on Republicans who refuse to do their job is only going to increase.
Given the calendar realities, aren't they succeeding in running out the clock on you guys?
Well, look, I think it is clear that they are stalling, that they aren't doing their jobs, and they're hoping that no one will notice. I think, unfortunately, they're going to be wrong about that. If they wanted to reverse course, there's still ample time for them to do so. There is no reason that Republicans couldn't act quickly to schedule a hearing, put Chief Judge Garland through his paces. Again, I'm not suggesting or in any way expecting that Chief Judge Garland should get a pass. He should just get what every other Supreme Court nominee has gotten since 1875. And that's a fair hearing, a tough hearing. Every year since television was invented, those Supreme Court justices have gone on in front of the cameras to answer questions under oath. And those are tough questions that they've gotten from senators on both the right and the left. That's all we're asking for Chief Judge Garland to get. And I think the reason that Republicans don't want to give him that venue is they're concerned that he's going to actually perform well in that venue. And that's the reason that they don't even want to invite that possibility. It would only serve to increase pressure on them to confirm his nomination. And we're going to keep the pressure up. This is a powerful argument, and the effective functioning of our Supreme Court with the full complement of justices depends on it. And that's an important thing because we know that the Supreme Court has a rather full docket next term, and they should have a full complement of justices up there to consider it. Okay? All right. Let me see if I got a week ahead here, and we'll try to move on. I don't know if I have a week ahead in here. Do we not? Oh, I do. Look at this. Brian Gabriel never lets me down. On Monday, the President will attend meetings at the White House. On Tuesday, the President will honor the 2016 National Teacher of the Year and other finalists here at the White House. The President will thank them for their hard work and dedication each and every day in the classroom. On Wednesday, the President will travel to Flint, Michigan, to hear firsthand from Flint residents about the public health crisis, receive an in-person briefing on the federal efforts that are in place to help respond to the needs of the people of Flint, and deliver remarks to members of the community. Additional details about the President's travel to Michigan will be available in coming days. That evening, the President will deliver remarks at the Asia Pacific American Institute of Congressional Studies 22nd Annual Awards Gala Dinner. That's here in Washington. On Thursday, the President will host a Cinco de Mayo reception at the White House. In the afternoon, the President will be joined by the Vice President, First Lady, and Dr. Biden to kick off the 5th anniversary of joining forces and the 75th anniversary of the USO. The event, that's called a celebration of service, will include nearly 1,500 service members and their families. On Friday, the president will attend meetings at the White House, and then on Saturday, the president will deliver the commencement address to the 2016 graduating class of Howard University here in Washington, D.C. As one of the nation's top historically black colleges and universities, Howard University is recognized for its rigorous education and legacy of building lasting bridges of opportunity for young people. And I know the president's certainly looking forward to giving that speech next weekend. So with all of that, have a great time this weekend, everybody, and we'll see you on Monday.
We're good. We can start our weekend now.
Finally.
All right, everybody, that was Josh Earnest with the White House briefing. Right now we do have happening now a Bernie Sanders live rally.
All right, folks, we are going to cut out from Bernie Sanders there because there is a Donald Trump protest happening in Northern California. These are the aerials right now, and hopefully the chopper will then zoom in for you guys to see some of this protest. All right, while we wait for that, let's go back to see Bernie Sanders talk to his supporters.
Hey, Lisa, get a picture here in a minute with me, Larry, and Bernie.
All right, there's the protesters for the Donald Trump rally. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see here Donald Trump just arriving. You can see his jet right there, and you can see where the protesters are right now. They're blocking the streets in Northern California right now ahead of a Donald Trump rally. If you remember last night, there was protesters in Southern California after his event, and it got violent. Last night, about 20 people were arrested by Costa Mesa police after protesters and supporters took to the streets outside a venue where the Republican presidential candidate was speaking. And right now, barricades are up around the Hyatt in Burlingame where Donald Trump will be speaking at. The event does kick off at noon local time, so about 30 minutes away here. You can see the heavy presence of police. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. It is Friday afternoon here, 11:30 coming up on Arizona time. We're looking at Northern California where Donald Trump protesters and supporters look to be like they are about to clash. You can see the heavy presence of police as well. This is all right before a Donald Trump rally a little bit later today. We can tell you that Donald Trump has just arrived in Burlingame, California. Sometimes the chopper has been going back and forth from this shot to his jet that is just a couple miles away from this location here. But you can see the street is blocked off here. And we'll show you that there's some more people in the streets. Looks to be protesters. And yesterday, more than 20 people were arrested, supporters and protesters, as they clashed in Costa Mesa. So officials here hoping that the same does not happen today. You can see this is the Hyatt where the event is going to be taking place. And right now we're being told about 200 protesters have gathered at this convention site in California to protest Trump and other candidates. This is the CAGOP convention that Donald Trump will be a part of. This is the California Republican Party. They are going to be having a rally. So this kicks off today. It kicks off and into the weekend. The CAGOP convention. You can see the Trump jet there has just landed. Now he's going to make his way about a couple of miles to that site there at the Hyatt Regency, where the California GOP convention is set to take place today and into the weekend. You can see there's a lot of, about 200 protesters outside the Hyatt Regency right now. And officials are hoping that there's not a repeat of last night in Costa Mesa, where about 20 people were arrested there. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Let's see, Trump protesters here and supporters, and hopefully they won't clash in Burlingame, California. We're just moments away from the California GOP convention to kick off at the Hyatt Regency San Francisco Airport in Burlingame. All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream here. See some protesters in the streets here in Burlingame, California, just outside the Hyatt Regency, where the CA GOP event is going to be taking place this weekend and starting up today, the Hyatt Regency San Francisco Airport location. And right outside here at the Hyatt Regency is where the protesters are located. There's also some supporters there as well. There's the California GOP 2016 convention this weekend. Donald Trump is going to be here today, as well as Ted Cruz into the weekend. And officials here and police officials as well, hoping that there's not a repeat performance of yesterday at the Costa Mesa rally, where outside the rally there was about 20 arrests that involved supporters and protesters clashing. You can see here they got some signs, if I could read them, stop hate. There's another one that says stop hate. You can see some Mexican flags. You can see the Hyatt Regency right there to your left. And protesters look like they're trying to block ways in for Donald Trump. Moments ago, we did see Donald Trump's jet there at the airport, and you can see it right there. So it's not far from the actual venue where he's going to. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You guys are watching live news happening right now in Burlingame, California. It's going to be interesting to see how they escort Donald Trump over to the venue. I'm sure they got different ways of going about it and getting in there. And folks, if you're just joining us, welcome. We do appreciate you guys watching. Fox10Phoenix.com, part of Fox 10 News Now. Looking at a lot of protesters here, more than 200 in Northern California, where the CAGOP, California GOP 2016 convention is about to kick off here, starting at noon. It's going to go into the weekend, but you can see a heavy presence of protesters want to try to block Donald Trump's access to the Hyatt Regency. There's Donald Trump's jet, obviously. We haven't seen a escort yet for... You can see the police SUVs there. I mean, they must be getting ready to take Donald Trump to the venue at the Hyatt Regency here. We're going to watch how this all unfolds here. And hopefully there won't be any outbursts by the protesters. And here we get a good look at the protesters that have been building within the last 20 minutes or so. As long as that we've had this shot up, you could see that they're starting to come and formulate more here. Obviously, news media is on the ground as well as above in the air. This is happening in Northern California, and Donald Trump is expected at noon, about 15 minutes from now. Obviously, he's going to be late here because we haven't seen, and we see SUVs there right next to his jet, but we haven't seen any movement yet with those vehicles to get Mr. Trump to the Hyatt Regency. right, here it looks like we have a possible escort here. Let's see how they do this. Yep, they're going to be able to get them right in. Here's a sign that says thinking.
Live interview or something like that. Okay.
All right, folks, looks like we have some kind of action here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is right outside the Hyatt Regency, Burlingame, California, the site of the California GOP convention this weekend. You can see here, it looks like there's going to be a lot more than 200 protesters at this site in Northern California. Here we got a ground shot now, finally.
Ted Cruz does it too. As a reporter, do you feel targeted when he does that?
No. A lot of people criticize me.
Why do you
Inside and outside.
Why do you think they criticize the media?
Media is an easy target for everyone.
Do you feel it on the street?
Of course. It's part of the job.
Does it bother you?
No. It's part of the job. It's like, uh-oh, somebody lost their helmet. It's like,
You gotta have a
it's like,
thick skin.
yeah, it's like putting on makeup. It's like sitting in front of the camera and the lights. It's part of the job.
Let me ask you, do you just trust other reporters?
Well, I'm kind of a special case. I think I'm just trust
Do you trust yourself?
That's about it. Myself and my son. That's about it.
Okay, Jesse Gary, KTVU.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have fun today.
All right. Wrap piece of paper. You need something. Do you have a piece of paper? Sure. Piece of paper, just a.
Absolutely. I got
Sorry.
a pen for you too.
No, I don't need that.
Do you need to write it down?
No,
or do
no,
you
no.
need
I
to
just
keep
need
it?
like a corner. Just let me have this
Okay.
paper. Let me have a corner of it. Just pull off a corner. I just.
Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream coming up on noon on a Friday afternoon. You can see lots of protesters right now, right outside the Hyatt Regency for the California GOP convention about to start up here. Welcome, folks. You're watching live aerials right now in Northern California, right near San Francisco, Burlingame, California. We're outside the Hyatt Regency, where the California GOP convention is about to start up here. Donald Trump is going to be speaking at a luncheon, and there's a lot of protesters outside. I just all hope that the protesters are peaceful throughout this whole ordeal and nothing turns violent here. And welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, everybody. We do appreciate you guys all watching as this is outside the Hyatt Regency in Burlingame, California, where the California GOP convention will be starting soon. We do have a camera inside the convention where Donald Trump will be speaking at the luncheon, so we will bring that to you live as soon as he could get inside the building here. You can see a lot of signs that say "Stop Hate." I'm seeing a couple of those. See the Hyatt Regency right there. We will be providing, once again, like I said earlier, coverage of Mr. Trump's speech inside the California GOP convention, right there at the Hyatt Regency. All right, this looks like to be Mr. Trump. We'll see his entrance, courtesy of Skyfox, up in the air. You can see the elaborate security setup here that had to be put in place because of the protesters. Almost like got to do like a jump. It's like they got to be careful, ladies. There's Mr. Trump in the center there. So they had to take a different way. You can see they went almost on the shoulder and then had to cut back that fence almost to get the guy in. Wow. So here comes Mr. Trump. He's walking inside the building to the California GOP convention. About to take place. We got cameras inside to get you ready for that rally luncheon by Mr. Trump. So that was a different way to get him in. Let me show you guys now. We do have the camera inside the Hyatt Regency where the event is going to be taking place. Let me get that up for you guys so you can see inside as well. And I'm not going to lose the shot of the aerials just yet. There you go.
Wishing on a falling star, waiting for the early train.
So on the top right corner of your screen, you can see inside the Hyatt Regency, and then obviously the aerials are outside of the protesters tried to block the entrances. For Mr. Trump to get inside, he did have to pull off the highway and then
future highway.
We'll go down a hill
In the sunshine, where the days are longer, the nights are stronger than moonshine. You're gonna go, I know. Cause the free wind is blowing through your hair, and the days surround your daylight there. Seasons crying, no despair. Alligator lizards in the air, in the
protesters trying to get even closer to the Hyatt Regency. Oh, now it looks like they're going through.
Hey, I wonder if I could have your attention for a minute.
There, the Hyatt.
As an old advanced man, I like making sure everybody knows what's going on. Some people who evidently don't believe in free speech tried to stop Donald Trump from getting into the hotel. So they slowed him down a little bit. But I'll tell you, the Burlingame Police and the California Highway Patrol are just an outstanding group of professionals. 4 minutes ago, I welcomed Mr. Trump to the Burlingame Hyatt. He is in the VIP reception, and he'll be out in a few minutes, but I wanted you to know, because we're running a little late, and those of you who are convention goers since I've been chairman, you know I really, really, really like starting on time. So we're probably not going to start on time, but you know, I don't have a lot of friends in the San Francisco protest movement, so we're going to start a little late, but we're going to have a great time today. Thanks for your patience.
All right, as you can see there, it looks like we're just moments away from Donald Trump to do his luncheon speech here, but now it's getting interesting now with outside, as police have filed now a line to try to block these protesters from getting any closer to the Hyatt Regency. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. You can see a bunch of protesters outside the Hyatt Regency in Burlingame, California, the site of the California GOP convention. It was supposed to already start off right now, but they had to delay it because it was a hard time for Mr. Trump and his team to get into the venue because of these protesters. Now, a police line is up right outside the entrance to prevent them from coming in and causing havoc at the convention site. And folks, if you're just joining us right here, you can see the top right corner of your screen. That is inside the venue. That is where Donald Trump is going to be speaking. It was supposed to start off at noon, but obviously it is past that because of these protesters preventing Donald Trump from coming in. He is inside the building now, just getting ready for his rally speech at the luncheon. You can see now, it looks like the protesters are starting to get the idea that, hey, we're not going to be able to get in here thanks to that police line that they have preventing them from doing so. They may try to get another angle here, but police look like they were very, very proactive about this, especially considering what happened last night at a Donald Trump rally where more than 20 protesters were arrested. So it looks like this police team here, very proactive. They knew about the threat of protesters and wanted to be very, very supported and in control. And looks like they're doing a great job of protecting the area at this venue. And welcome everybody to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We do appreciate everybody watching this coverage here of the Trump protesters outside the Hyatt Regency venue where Donald Trump is going to be holding a luncheon rally at the California GOP convention. And it looks like more protesters are trying any way they can to get inside the Hyatt Regency where Donald Trump will be speaking here. Obviously a scary situation for security, just trying to really just make sure that everyone inside is supposed to be there as well. Everyone that's outside should be left there. All right, folks, and we did have to switch shots here because they took the shot away. It looks like they're giving us a Ted Cruz press conference right now. I'm going to give that to you guys in the top right of the corner while we wait.
Imagine how much better the economic situation would be here in Indiana if we saw the same common sense principles of Indiana applied at the federal government. My number one priority as president is jobs and economic growth. Turning around our economy, bringing jobs back to America, bringing manufacturing jobs back to Indiana, back from Mexico, back from China, raising wages for the working men and women who have been caught in economic stagnation, expanding opportunity for young people. And like Governor Pence, I understand what government policies encourage economic growth. The answer isn't Washington, it isn't more government. The answer instead is reducing taxes and reducing regulations on small businesses and on job creators. If I'm elected president, we'll repeal every word of Obamacare. We'll pass a simple flat tax and end the IRS. We will rein in the federal regulators and the EPA that are driving jobs overseas. And we will stop amnesty and end sanctuary cities. And the effect of that is going to be to bring millions of high-paying jobs back to America. That's my priority. And seeing Governor Pence standing with us is just the latest manifestation that Republicans continue to unite behind this campaign. You know, the entire country is looking to Indiana. Indiana has a choice. The country has a choice. We can choose to get behind a campaign that is based on yelling and screaming and cursing and insulting everyone you can find. Or we can continue to unite behind a positive, optimistic, forward-looking conservative campaign based on real policy solutions to the problems facing this country. I'm campaigning hard to earn the support of the men and women all across Indiana, and I'm encouraged by the energy and support and momentum we're seeing.
Senator, spot's running math something that's unfolding on air right now on a lot of our networks. There are big protests in California where you are heading over the weekend outside of Donald Trump's the convention there, where Donald Trump will speak shortly. Can you speak to that? Also, the violence that we've seen at his rally last night as well. And if I may, another question. Widely seen, even though you said Governor Pence is standing by you, widely seen as really a lukewarm endorsement. The fact that he's not fully endorsing you, he praised Donald Trump today as well.
Well, let's start with the protest in California. Listen, the First Amendment protects everyone's right to speak, but you don't have a right to threaten violence. You don't have a right to shout down others. And these protesters appear to be trying to use violence and threats. These are the strategies of MoveOn.org, of the left-wing agitators who try to silence a voice they don't like. If you disagree with a particular voice, the way to deal with it is with civil discourse, with respectful discourse. You know, when I have protesters, that's how I deal with the protesters. Not inciting violence, not shouting people down, but engaging in civil discourse. And I think to the extent these protesters are crossing the line to violence, and I haven't seen much of the coverage today, but my understanding is that things have gotten pretty ugly out there. That is not appropriate. It is not acceptable to threaten violence as the protesters are doing. And they are entitled to express their own views, but not in a way that is disruptive and muzzles others.
Spot's running right now saying that... To that question about Governor Pence, please.
I am thrilled to have Governor Pence's support. I am a huge fan of Governor Mike Pence. He is a principled, strong conservative. And you know, look, I recognize the media wants to do what they can to poo-poo the endorsement. It is significant to have the strong conservative governor of Indiana making clear that he is voting for me and he is supporting me. And, you know, I will say, before Governor Pence was governor, he spent a lot of years in Congress. And he has helped lead conservatives in Congress. He's seen the reaction of the Washington cartel, the Washington establishment, who stands up and fights conservatives. You know, we saw just this week John Boehner, illustrating exactly that contempt the Washington establishment has. John Boehner went out of his way to call me the devil. And it was striking because in John Boehner's comments, he praised Hillary Clinton. He thinks Hillary Clinton is terrific. And John Boehner praised Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump is a friend of his. He's a golfing and texting buddy with Donald Trump. Well, you know, that really illustrates what's wrong with Washington. If you like John Boehner, if you want a John Boehner Republican as the leader of the Republican Party, then Donald Trump is your candidate. If you like Hillary Clinton, if you like Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid, then Donald Trump is your candidate, because Donald Trump has given hundreds of thousands of dollars to John Boehner, to Nancy Pelosi, to Harry Reid, to Hillary Clinton. And the reaction of all of them, you know, the single greatest fraud of this election cycle is Donald Trump pretending to be an outsider. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump are the flip sides of the same coin. They are both Washington insiders. They've both gotten rich, exploiting government power for their own personal private gain. And if you're fed up with Washington, it speaks volumes that John Boehner considers Donald Trump a texting and golfing buddy, part of the same corrupt problem in Washington. And he looks at me, someone who I might know. I don't know John Boehner. My whole life, we haven't exchanged 50 words. But what Boehner is angry with is the millions of Americans who rose up and expect elected members of Congress to actually do what we said we would do. In the Senate, I have led the fight to do what I said I would do, to stop the disaster that is Obamacare, to stop bankrupting our kids and grandkids, to stop amnesty. When Donald Trump was funding the Gang of Eight amnesty effort, I was leading the fight against amnesty, and John Boehner didn't like that. Because the Republican cartel, whether it is Hillary Clinton or John Boehner or Donald Trump, have funded and supported amnesty because they view it as cheap labor. That's the reason Donald Trump right now, in his hotel in Florida, brings in hundreds of foreign workers rather than hire Americans. He says you can't find Americans to be waiters and waitresses. We're tired of Washington taking care of the giant corporations of Wall Street, of big business, and leaving the working men and women out in the cold. And the reason why we're seeing such energy and enthusiasm behind our campaign. The reason why John Boehner is striking out with such nasty vitriol. Notice he's never said anything like this about Barack Obama, about Hillary Clinton. You know, many of the Washington Republicans are happy to roll over and go along with Obama and Hillary Clinton and fund their agenda. But the anger is reserved for anyone who will actually challenge the system, take on Washington, and I think that's what the people of Indiana are looking for.
To the voters in Indiana here, if we could. If you do not win in Indiana, can you look at your voters and say to them, stick with my campaign, I've got what it takes to win? What can you tell them to assure them that you can move forward past this vote?
You know, what I can tell you is Indiana is an incredibly important state. And the entire country, the eyes of the country are on Indiana right now. We are at a crossroads. And Indiana will make a choice. What direction will this party go? What direction will this nation go? I believe the country is depending on Indiana. Because if we as a Republican Party nominate a Washington insider, just like Donald Trump, to be our nominee, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are flip sides of the same coin. If we come to November, and the two candidates on the ballot in November are both rich, elite, New York liberals, big government liberals, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, we will have failed the people profoundly. For those here in the state of Indiana who are pro-life, if we have two candidates on the ballot, both of whom support Planned Parenthood, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both describe Planned Parenthood as terrific and wonderful. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both support taxpayer funding for Planned Parenthood. If you're pro-life, if the Republican Party puts two supporters of Planned Parenthood on the ballot, there's no option left for those who want to support life. If you support guns and the Second Amendment, both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton supported Bill Clinton's nationwide ban on many of our most popular firearms. If the Republican Party goes down this road, for those who value the Second Amendment, there will not be an option on the ballot to support the Second Amendment. If you care about Israel, Both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton have said they would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians. As president, I'll stand unapologetically with Israel. If you care about national security, both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton have said they would keep in place this disastrous Iranian nuclear deal. As president, I'll rip the Iranian nuclear deal to shreds. And I'll note, this was a big part of the reason why I named Carly Fiorina this week as my running mate, to provide a clear contrast between Carly and me on the one side, a positive, optimistic, conservative, forward-looking campaign based on real policy solutions, versus Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, two Washington insiders who are New York liberals. I don't think those are the values of the Hoosier State, and I will say I am comforted that the Midwestern common sense, that the good judgment of the people of Indiana now has the opportunity to speak on the national stage. And I'm working hard to earn the votes, to earn the support of men and women across the state.
Running right now.
Last question. Win Indiana. What's the status?
We are campaigning through the end. As long as we have a viable path to victory, we are campaigning to the end. And I'll tell you, where we are now, nobody is getting to 1237. Donald Trump is desperately trying to convince everyone that the race is over. But Donald will not get to 1237. We're headed to a contested convention. His path is almost impossible to get there. A contested convention means we'll arrive in Cleveland. I'll have a ton of delegates. He'll have a ton of delegates. And it'll be a battle to see who can earn the support of a majority of the delegates elected by the people. You know, the reason Donald is so desperate and that his media acolytes are echoing so passionately his message that the race is over, abandon hope, all ye who enter here, is what Donald and all of his supporting, parroting voices are saying. The reason they're trying so hard is that they understand that at a contested convention, Donald cannot earn the support of a majority of the delegates. And there's a reason why, from 1860, from the beginning of the Republican Party, we've required any Republican nominee to earn the support of a majority of the delegates. If you can't earn a majority, it means you cannot unite our party. And if you can't unite our party, you're an incredibly weak general election candidate. Donald knows he can't get a majority. So what he's trying to do is change the rules and rig the system. I'll use a football analogy. It's like a football team that drives to the 30-yard line and then says, well, that's the equivalent of a touchdown. It's close enough. I'm ahead. Look, the other guy's got 70 yards to go to their end zone, so that is a touchdown. Donald is on the 30-yard line, but he knows that he cannot get a majority of the delegates in Cleveland. And that is why he is so desperately trying to change the rules, to rig the system. The way you win the nomination is you earn the support of the majority of delegates, and we are working here to earn the support of Hoosiers across this great state.
Absolutely. And because this is a Republican Party event in California, we will begin it as we traditionally do, thanking our Creator and honoring our country. I'd like to ask Woody Woodrum to come to the podium. Woody is from San Diego. He is the founder of the Eagle Forum. He is a member of the California Republican Party Rules Committee, and more importantly, he is the husband of Donna.
You know, I love this nation, and I love God's Word, the Holy Bible. Two things you're not supposed to talk about in America today: politics and religion. But here we are. Let us pray. Blessed Heavenly Father, we thank you for our nation, the United States of America. And we give thanks to you, God, for inspiring our founding fathers to create a nation where we, the people, can elect our leaders. As we ponder electing our next leader, let us turn to your word for inspiration in Proverbs 29:2, which says, "When the righteous are in power, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, people groan in misery." God, all over our nation, people are groaning in misery and searching for a righteous leader to elect. And God, by your grace and mercy alone, America's next righteous leader will be in this stage, in this room right now. Yes. God, we ask for a special blessing in this meeting today. Bless all those in attendance, and we thank you for inspiring your servant, Chairman Jim Brulte, and all those who helped put this wonderful event together. God, inspire the voters in our nation to choose the righteous man who will lead the United States out of the national despair, so once again, your people will rejoice. And God, for the current administration, well, we go back to your word, and we find your advice in Psalm 109, verse 8, which says, "May his days be few, and another take his office." And all God's children said, Amen.
And politics is a team sport and a full partner as we've worked to rebuild the California Republican Party is our Vice Chair, Harmeet Dillon. Would you please welcome Vice Chairman of the California Republican Party, Harmeet Dillon.
As an immigrant to this great country, this flag means a lot to me. Please place your hand over your heart or salute as appropriate, and join me in saluting the greatest flag in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment and thank our sponsors. As you know, conventions are not covered by the costs that delegates pay. We always look for sponsors. So I just want to take a minute and first of all thank our platinum sponsor, the California Association of Realtors, our emerald sponsor, Charles Munger Jr., our diamond sponsors, the California Correctional Peace Officers Association, the California Hospital Association, and the 32% of the membership of SEIU Local 1000, which are Republicans and have asked their Democrat leadership to make sure their Republican dues money goes where they want it spent, not to elect liberal Democrats. Our gold sponsors, the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, the Personal Insurance Federation. Our silver sponsors, Farmers Agent and Employee PAC, Papa Doug and his wife, Gina Manchester, for Donald Trump. They're huge Donald Trump supporters. They didn't want to sponsor the convention, but they did want to sponsor the lunch. So we thank him for that. The Pechanga Band of Los Sueños Indians, the bronze sponsor, Puente Hills Toyota, our iron sponsors, 503 Report, Andrew Wellborn, Richard and Linda Alvarez, the California Chamber of Commerce, the Cooperative of American Physicians, and John and Vera Peck. Please join me in a round of applause for everyone who's helped defray the cost of this. Enjoy your lunch.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see the luncheon has began. Donald Trump expected to speak soon.
I remember him telling me when I was a little girl, Ivanka, if you're going to be thinking anyway, you might as well be thinking big. He has the strength to make hard decisions and motivate those around him to achieve the impossible. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today a man who I have loved and respected my entire life, my father, Donald J. Trump.
Enter Donald Trump.
Really want the World Wrestling Federation
atmosphere in the Oval Office.
A series of proposals in Trump's plan that do create problems.
You know, he feeds ammunition to the other party.
Visceral and populist and angry at politicians.
Donald Trump's son is right here to go on the record.
He's incredibly quick, he's incredibly practical, he likes to keep things simple, he likes to get things done, he can cut through red tape. I mean, he's an amazing man, and we've seen a lot of great negotiators. We deal with him every single day, and there's no one better than he is, and you know, he'd be an amazing president for this country. He's passionate about it, and quite frankly, I mean, he doesn't need to set aside his life to do this. You know, he's got an amazing company, and he's doing it, and I think it's actually very selfless.
I'm Hispanic and I vote for Mr. Trump. We vote for Mr. Trump. Yes, Mr. Trump. We love you. We love you. On the way to the White House.
Thank you. That's the first time they've ever done that. Thank you. That's the first time. Amazing. Amazing. So it's all morphed into one big, beautiful package. And the package is called you, but maybe it's in the form of me. The beautiful package that we're going to do. And you're going to be so proud, and you're going to be so happy, and you're going to win again. We're going to start winning so much. We're going to win. We're going to win on trade. We're going to win on healthcare. We're going to win with the military. Hopefully don't have to use it. We're going to win with our vets. We're going to win with our wounded warriors, the greatest people of all. They're incredible. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to take back our jobs from China and Japan and Mexico. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Senator Joel Anderson.
Good afternoon and welcome. You know, I know some of you are sports fans, so I thought I'd give you a little quick score. Burlingame Police, CHP 1, protesters 0. Now, I have a big responsibility today introducing our next president, and I need your help. So at the appropriate time, please jump in. To all the lobbyists who think they can buy our freedom, you're fired. To all the political pundits in partisan media, you're fired. To the Washington know-it-alls that say they can speak down to us, you're fired. And to those who would make political pacts to undermine the voice of the people, you're fired. Americans want to work hard, and we want to win again. We all want to share the American dream. Please stand up and prepare to start winning as I welcome the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Sit down, everybody. Thank you very much. Wow. So nice. That was not the easiest entrance I've ever made. My wife called. She said, there are helicopters following you, and we did, and then we went under a fence and through a fence, and oh, boy, I felt like I was crossing the border, actually. You know, it's true. I was crossing the border, but I got here. They said, Mr. Trump, it would be really much easier, sir, if you just didn't speak today and just left and go back immediately to Indiana. And I said, you know, we can't let these people down, right? Do we agree? We can't do it. But I appreciate it. But it was fun. It was a little different. That was a different kind of a thing. So here's the Washington Post today. The time has come to admit that Republican voters want Donald Trump as their nominee. You see that? Chris, good writer, good writer. That's pretty good. So, you know, we're making amazing progress all over. It's been incredible. Last night, as you know, we had 31,000 people. It was, and by the way, no protesters inside. I saw protesting this morning, but there were no protesters inside. But we had 31,000 people, and it was just like rocking, and everybody loved it. Was anybody there last night? It was so incredible. We're pretty far away, but I'll tell you what, it was just an incredible evening. So what's happened is we started this journey on June 16th, and it was all about trade because we make the worst trade deals probably ever in the history of any country. And then it got down to other things that I talked about. I talked about illegal immigration, which was a very important subject and has been, and because of the fact that I brought it up, now people are talking about it. Now, they don't talk about it the way I do. We got, last week, as you know, the Border Patrol, 16,500 agents, Border Patrol agents, who are phenomenal people who want to do their jobs. They're told to stand back, stand back. They're standing there, these great-looking people, strong in shape, all of the best equipment, and they're told to stand back, just let everybody come right through the border. And they endorsed me, 16,500. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. And then Sheriff Joe, as you know, from Arizona, endorsed Trump. And he knows what he's doing. He really knows. But we have had so many incredible endorsements, and now they're coming. And I'll tell you, over the last 2 weeks, and it took place really even before that, but people see what's happening because we have far more votes than anybody else, far more delegates than anybody else. And we're going to hit that number, I think, quite easily. Because, you know, I watch the very dishonest media, and they say, oh, Cruz is getting delegates. He's not getting delegates. They say he's getting delegates. He's getting second, third, fourth, fifth round. He's not going to be there because we're going to win it in the first round. We don't even compete for him. I mean, we're so far. As of today, we have 1,001. We just broke the 1,000 mark, okay? And we did fight hard, actually, in Pennsylvania, because in Pennsylvania, I won in a landslide. We got, I guess, over 60% of the vote. And that's pretty hard when you have 3 people running. You know, when you get 60% with 2 people, you win in a landslide, right? That's called a landslide. When you have 3 people and you get practically 60%, and then in the other states, you know, we had 5, and we did unbelievable numbers, up to 66%. And it's been amazing. We had Rhode Island, and we had Delaware, and Connecticut, and Maryland, Pennsylvania, and we did great. But Pennsylvania had a little thing that if you win, you get 17. So I got the 17. And the rest you have to fight for. I said, what kind of a deal is this? In other words, you have to take them out to dinner, and this is a wonderful hotel. I'm sure your lunch is good, but they don't take them here. They take them to very fancy restaurants. They bring them to hotels. Perhaps they put them on yachts and take them for a cruise. They basically have to bribe the delegates, and it's not the right system. You know, we have a system where it's like democracy, we're supposed to be voting, and it's terrible. And fortunately, we have a great Republican leader in Pennsylvania. He's a really fair guy and a really something. And there's also a moral clause. They you know, and I've heard this for a couple of years with the delegates in Pennsylvania. If you win, there's a moral obligation that you're supposed to vote for the one who wins, which sort of makes sense, right? And, you know, I refuse to say in this room, because I say it outside and I get standing ovations, but this is a room I won't do it. But it's a rigged system. It's a rigged system, okay? It's a horrible, horrible, disgusting system. And, you know, I see this Bernie Sanders. I'm not a fan of Bernie Sanders, by the way. But I see that he's, you know, wins a lot, and he never has a chance of winning. He had a streak where he won about 10 in a row, and every time you'd watch the pundits, they'd say, oh, he can't win. It's not. You know, he's way behind. Because they have a thing called superdelegates. Well, ours is more sophisticated because you don't know how badly rigged it is, okay? With a superdelegate, it's obvious. You know, they hand her all these superdelegates. And by the way, do I look forward to beating her? Do we look forward to winning? Do we look forward to winning? I mean, if she's allowed to run, there's a big question. Will she be? I personally think she's being protected by the Democrats, and she'll be allowed to run. But we'll see what happens. So what we've done is we've really, I mean, we won New York with almost 62% of the vote, which was unprecedented, and got almost 100% of the delegates. So 95 delegates, we got them almost all. And then the next week we had the 5, and we won them all in landslides. And actually, Lion Ted, and I think we have a couple of fans, but Lion Ted did not do too well in New York, folks. He's hovering around the 10% mark. You got to do better than that if you're going to collect all these delegates on the second ballot. How would you like to be in a position where we're in Cleveland, and we're having the whole deal, and it's going fine, and for some reason, and don't worry about it, we get it. I think we have it easily. But for some reason, it goes to a second ballot. And somebody on the second ballot, because they wine and dine delegates, who has 5 million less votes, because by the time we finish, and we're scheduled to do very well in California, I guess you've seen that, but really well. Yeah, really well. Last poll I saw, I'm at 49%, which is great. And there's a lot of 20s and a 19 or something. But we're doing well. I don't want to even say it because you got to go out of work, especially my people sitting in this section. They got to work. Why don't we just pretend we're tied, okay? And that is a problem, and I've seen it. All my life I've dealt with politicians, and somebody will come into my office, the best politicians, they come into my office and they say, Donald, I say, how you doing? I'm tied. And he always says, I'm tied, and then he'll win by 25 points. But he says he has to motivate himself by saying he's tied. He even sometimes says, I'm losing, Donald, but I'm going to win. But we have picked up so many votes over the last period of time. And in fact, I was just watching the networks today, and they have a chart that I think it's already happened, but in the history of primaries, Republican primaries, I've gotten the most votes in the history of the Republican Party. Right? And we haven't even hit some of the big states yet, which is sort of an amazing thing. So we're really on a path that's incredible. And yesterday, I thought Ted did something which was really quite good. It was record-setting. It's never happened before in the history of politics. He has no path to victory. It's impossible for him to win with the votes. The only way he can possibly win is if things go terribly wrong and he goes through the back door and he bought all of these delegates. And I will never use the word bribe. I would never use a word like bribe. So if he bribed the delegates, but I don't call bribe. And then, think of this. Think of the RNC and Reince, who's a good man, by the way. And Jim is a good man. Did Jim do a good job? Where's Jim? Where is Jim? He did such a great job. He called me. He said, Mr. Trump, would you do me a favor? Would you take maybe 10, 15 pictures? I say, absolutely, Jim. So I'm just coming through dirt and mud and under fences. So you all walk through the lobby. I go under fences. I'm coming through. I'm looking at myself. I'm trying to get all the dust and everything off. And the 20 people that he told me about turned out to be about, 600, 700 people? My hand. I'm shaking hands, taking pictures, shaking hands. So that's why he's a great leader, right, Jim? Good going. I hope they paid a lot of money, Jim. But no, in the history of the Republican Party, there's never been anything like this. And then what Ted did, and yesterday in Indiana, which is an incredible place with incredible people, Bobby Knight, the great Bobby Knight, endorsed me. How good is that? And he's going to be with me all Sunday and Monday, and we are having a good time. He's some guy. He's a winner. That's what we need now. We need winners. We have to win. Our country doesn't win anymore, and we have to win. We have to win. But Cruz did something that I've never seen, because he picked a vice presidential person, Carly. He picked Carly, and I like Carly. But, when she left, she had no votes. Was she one? Jim, was she 1 or was she 0? But she had no votes. And you know what? Maybe it's a good move. Who knows? I'll let you know in about a month, all right? I don't think so. But the worst move was making a deal with Kasich. So they make this deal. I get a call 2 days ago from a number of people, and we have to do a PR statement. It's 11:45 in the evening. They said, oh, Mr. Trump, what happened? They merged. Who? Kasich and Cruz. I said, they did? I said, that's a good thing. It shows total weakness. It shows illegal collusion. In business, you get put in jail. Politics, you can do anything you want, right? I said, but it shows such ineptitude and such weakness. And what's the deal? The deal is that Cruz will take Indiana and Kasich, and now he's sitting there eating, he's eating, doing a news conference and piling pancakes into his mouth. I never saw anything like it. My son said, my little boy, Barron, he said, Daddy, that's disgusting. I never saw a man eat like that. I've never seen a man eat while he's doing a news conference either. Did you ever see him do a news conference without eating? So these two guys formed an alliance because, think of it, I've been doing this for 9 months. I'm so honored. And you have these two politicians, they've been doing it sort of all their lives, right? I mean, Kasich approved NAFTA, which, by the way, emptied out your state. I hate to tell you, emptied out every state. But Kasich and Cruz is fine with the Chinese money manipulation. He's going to allow that to happen. Can't do that because that's how they're killing us. Devaluation of their money and their currency is killing, absolutely killing this country. Not only China, but many other places. You can't allow it. He wants to allow it. So there are a lot of things going on. Now, you want to know why he wants to allow it? Just ask the donors, ask the special interests, ask the people, because believe me, I've seen deals that are made, and these deals are, the politicians are very smart. You'd be amazed. But a lot of people ask me, how come they do these things? And it's largely because of the donors and the special interests, and I'm self-funding my campaign. So that's a big, big difference, okay? Nobody's going to tell me what to do. But they formed this alliance, and already, like the next morning, it's formed. Everyone's talking. Big deal. They formed. They formed it to beat a guy that's been a politician for 9 months. Okay, me. And after it's formed, it's all done. And Kasich announces, no, I want people in Indiana to vote for me. That wasn't supposed to be the deal. They were supposed to vote for Cruz here and in Oregon, which, by the way, a poll just came. I'm killing everybody in Oregon. I'm killing them, which is an amazing place. But in a couple of other places, that's Kasich. So, they're working the system. That's what I said. It's rigged, right? Rigged. So they're working the system. And about 10 hours goes by, and Kasich announces, essentially, he's not doing the deal. And then Cruz today said, no, there's no deal. These are politicians, folks. They can't make a deal. How are they going to deal with China? How are they going to do it? So we have now a big moment coming up in Indiana, and we feel very good about it, and we'll see. I mean, because I think that deal was such a disaster. As soon as I heard it, I said, that's the end of them, both of them. Kasich has won. He's won for 48 or 42. It doesn't matter when you're at that, whether it's 40, I guess it's 42. But that includes islands. But he's won for 42. And if you think about it, Dr. Ben Carson, who's an incredible guy who endorsed me, by the way, was doing much better. Ben was doing much better than Kasich. And if you think about it, Chris Christie was doing better. Marco Rubio has more delegates right now, and he left a month ago. And he still has more delegates. And others. These people could have hung in for a much longer period of time. And who knows? I mean, based on this theory. It's a little like a spoiled child. I don't care, Mom. I'm staying here. I'm not leaving. No, it's like ridiculous what's going on. So bottom line is he is staying in, which some people say is good for me. I actually would rather have him get out. But Cruz will then have to get out also because he doesn't have the vote. So it's coming to an end. I think it's going to come to an end very soon. And really, and I speak to the people in this room, because there has to be unity in our party. There has to be unity in our party. And if they're not, it's going to be, if there's not unity, and I mean really good solidarity, unity, relationship, friendship. We have people like Jim where they do such a good job all over the country. We have some great people. But there should be and there has to be unity. Now, with that being said, would I win? Can I win without it? I think so, to be honest. I think so, because they're going to vote for me. They're not voting for, Jeb Bush didn't support you. Big deal. I care, okay? I heard him on television yesterday. Low energy, very low energy. But I heard him on I wouldn't say this, but I saw him on one of the shows yesterday. I do not consider him a conservative. Folks, I'm a conservative, but at this point, who cares? We got to straighten out the country. I mean, give me a break. And a couple of the shows were saying that today. I mean, look, I am a conservative. I'm very conservative on a lot of things, and I'm actually very conservative on trade. A lot of the conservatives, you know, the geniuses that have absolute, you know, they have high IQ and no brain power, they sit back and they say free trade. I say free trade too. I love free trade. The problem is our leaders are not smart people, or our leaders are taken care of by the special interests, their lobbyists, you know, all the people with the money, the campaign people, and we're not making good deals. And when you have China with a $500 billion a year trade deficit, and when you have Mexico with a trade deficit of $58 billion, I say, by the way, we'll build the wall. The wall's going to cost $10 billion. It's real easy to figure out. When we have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion, it's really, really easy to figure out how that. And when I get off the debate stage, a couple of months ago, one of the folks came up. They said, "You're not really going to build a wall." I said, "Yeah, actually, it's real easy." And I always talk about, you know, I always build a wall. I always talk about China. 2,000 years ago, they built a wall that's 13,000 miles long. We have a wall where we actually need, it's 2,000 miles. But we actually only need, because of natural barriers, we only need 1,000 miles. So 2,000 years ago, they could do 13,000. Today, we can't do 1,000. So he says, you can't build a wall. It's so easy. Oh, I can just see that beautiful precast plank. Boom. Good solid foundations. Nice and high. Make the ceiling look like a little low ceiling, boy. If anybody gets up there, they're going to say, man, how do we get down? See the way they go over our little fences? These guys are amazing. They climb over. It's like it's not even there. They go through it, over it. They go, it's not going to happen with this, with what we're going to do. But we have to do it. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, folks. Otherwise, we don't have a country. We don't have a country. So we have to get together as a party, because it's a tougher road, the presidency, for the Republicans. I don't know if people talk about this, but it really is. It's a tougher road for a Republican than it is for a Democrat. The road is tougher. It's not as easy. And you really have to pick somebody that knows what's happening, that's really, really good. I accept the position now, Molly. And I'll bring things into play that nobody else is going to bring. As an example, New York is big. I won it with landslide numbers. I beat everybody by, 38 points or something like that, the second place. And much more than that. Let's see, if Cruz got like 12 and if I got 62, does that mean I beat him by like 50 points? And then he's going to run and represent us because he got those delegates to go on the second, to give me a break. So here's the thing. We bring New York into play. Now, New York, no Republican, except for me, no Republican will go to New York to campaign, okay? No Republican will go to Michigan to campaign. Republicans will never beat Hillary in Florida. I will. You saw I won Florida in a landslide. I'll win Pennsylvania. Most Republicans will never win Pennsylvania. Probably, I don't think any Republican can win Pennsylvania. So I'm going, and this is, you know, they cover this. And now, by the way, the polls are coming out where I'm leading or even with Hillary. You know, hey, and I wrote this, look, I had this, listen to this, 55,000 negative ads as of 2 months ago. Now it's up to exactly 60,000 negative ads. And then I watched like Kasich go, he does great against Hillary. He didn't have one ad. Give him about 4 ads and he goes down like a rock, okay? Same thing with Cruz. But now the polls are coming out where I'm even. You saw them, they're all now, I'm even. One has me up, but they're even. I don't want to even be up right now. It's going to be, I just look so forward to doing it. You know, I started with 17 people, right? 17, there were actually 18, if you include Gilmore. Did anybody get that? So let's say there were 18. I mean, there were. So we had 18 people. We had 17 people that I had to beat, one by one. And when I first came in, they said, you know, the genius is back here. brilliant guys. They get paid for knowing nothing. So what happens? They'd say, Krauthammer, he won't run. How about this Karl Rove? Is he the dumbest human being on earth? He still thinks Romney won the election, I'm telling you. Romney won. Remember him? No, Romney won. He's 5 million votes behind. He's going to make a comeback, but we're up to 98%. No, Romney won. These are the people. You got to go a different way, folks, because these people are leading you right into the middle of a very bad desert. And we're going to win. But the truth is, we're going to win in a way that nobody's seen before. We're going to win so strong. We're going to be so strong. We're going to be so smart. Again, ideally, we're going to be together. I think I will win even if we're not together. I mean, there are some people I honestly don't want their endorsement. I just don't want it. You know, I've watched all my life as a politician. They just kill each other, right? They hate each other with a passion. They say the worst things about each other. They say things that you could never say and recover. And one loses, one wins. And then they say at the end, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, I want to congratulate Jim. He ran a brilliant campaign, and I will be behind him 100%. He's a great person, a great man. And I'm saying to myself, they were saying the worst things. Well, things get said. Here's the difference. Like with Ted Cruz, he's a wonderful guy. I don't want it. I mean, if he wants to endorse me, that's fine, but I don't care. Does that make sense to you? A guy like Bush, I watched him yesterday on television, you know, knocking me. Does he want to endorse me? Who knows? I don't care. It's not going to have any impact on whether or not we beat Hillary Clinton. It's not going to have any impact. But most of the party has to come together, and the smart people in the party have to come together, and we have smart people. We have really smart people. So we're going to hopefully close this thing out fairly soon. I think that, you know, now that we cracked the 1,000 number, which is great, right? No, it's great. You know, it's interesting, though. I'm up by 400 or so delegates. I'll be up by more than 500 when it's over, and we'll be up by 5 million votes, okay? And we're going to break, this coming week, we break the all-time record. And we'll break the all-time record by probably 4 million votes. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like this. It's a movement. It's a great movement. Many people have come onto the Republican side. Many people. It's something that they're talking about all over the world. I've been on the cover of Time magazine numerous times this year, all because of the movement. Not me. It's because of the movement. And what's going to happen is going to be so special. We have to come together. We have to pick our nominee. We have to go out and do what we have to do. And I'm telling you, you are going to have an unbelievably good result in November. I started with 17 people, governors, senators, people of accomplishment, some people of great accomplishment. And every week, boom, boom, boom. And believe me, I knocked them off. And every week, boom, we're down to 16, we're down to 14, we're down to 12, we're down to 11. And then I'd get 11 people, and I'd win a state. And I'd have 37% of the vote with 11 people. And these morons would say, but he didn't break 50. How the hell do you break 50 when you have 11 people and they're governors and senators? And now I'm breaking 50 you know what? I probably would have had 80 if you gave me the most popular guy out of the 11 or 14 that are left. Give me the most popular person, and I probably would have had 80-20. But you can't do it when you have that many people. So now, even though we have 3, we're into the 60s. That's sort of an amazing number. But I just want to tell you, you people have been fantastic. On June 7th, you have a big day, because the world is going to be watching. The world is watching pretty much every Tuesday. And this next Tuesday in Indiana, where I'm going now, is going to be a biggie. But I will tell you, and those people are incredible people, and they want to see, really, they want to see something that's going to be, they want to see victory. They want to see Bobby Knight. You know, they want to see victory. And that's why it was so great getting his endorsement, because I love people that win. And we're going to start winning again. We don't win anymore. And by the way, I can add something. The Republican Party, in a presidential sense, doesn't win anymore. You pick your standard cookie cutters. I can tell you already, just give me the name of the person, and I'll tell you exactly what states he's going to win and what states he's going to lose. I'm different because I'm going to win states that nobody else can. And when I can focus on Hillary, as I say, crooked Hillary, when I focus on Hillary, she'll go down easier than any of the people we just beat. So I just want to thank everybody. I know they're waiting. They're going to take me under a fence, through a field. Oh, you have no idea the route they have planned for me to get out of here. But I love you folks. And Jim, I want to thank you. And Joel and everybody, I want to thank you all. Thank you, folks. Go out. Remember, June 7th. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. was just like rocking, and everybody loved it. Was anybody there last night? It was so incredible. We're pretty far away, but I'll tell you what, it was just an incredible evening. So what's happened is we started this journey on June 16th, and it was all about trade because we make the worst trade deals probably ever in the history of any country. And then it got down to other things that I talked about. I talked about illegal immigration, which was a very important subject and has been. And because of the fact that I brought it up, now people are talking about it. Now, they don't talk about it the way I do. We got, last week, as you know, the Border Patrol, 16,500 agents, Border Patrol agents, who are phenomenal people who want to do their jobs. They're told to stand back, stand back. They're standing there, these great-looking people, strong in shape, all of the best equipment. and they're told to stand back, just let everybody come right through the border. And they endorsed me, 16,500. They've never endorsed a presidential candidate. And then Sheriff Joe, as you know, from Arizona endorsed Trump. And he knows what he's doing. He really knows. But we have had so many incredible endorsements, and now they're coming. And I'll tell you, over the last 2 weeks, and it took place really even before that, but people see what's happening because we have far more votes than anybody else, far more delegates than anybody else. And we're going to hit that number, I think, quite easily. Because, you know, I watch the very dishonest media, and they say, oh, Cruz is getting delegates. He's not getting delegates. They say he's getting delegates. He's getting second, third, fourth, fifth round. He's not going to be there because we're going to win it in the first round. We don't even compete for him. I mean, we're so far. As of today, we have 1,001. We just broke the 1,000 mark, okay? And we did fight hard, actually, in Pennsylvania, because in Pennsylvania, I won in a landslide. We got, I guess, over 60% of the vote. And that's pretty hard when you have 3 people running. You know, when you get 60% with 2 people, you win in a landslide, right? That's called a landslide. When you have 3 people and you get practically 60%, and then in the other states, you know, we had 5, and we did unbelievable numbers, up to 66%. And it's been amazing. We had Rhode Island, and we had Delaware, and Connecticut, and Maryland, Pennsylvania, and we did great. But Pennsylvania had a little thing that if you win, you get 17. So I got the 17. And the rest you have to fight for. I said, what kind of a deal is this? In other words, you have to take them out to dinner. And this is a wonderful hotel. I'm sure your lunch is good, but they don't take them here. They take them to very fancy restaurants. They bring them to hotels. Perhaps they put them on yachts and take them for a cruise. They basically have to bribe the delegates. And it's not the right system. You know, we have a system where it's like democracy, we're supposed to be voting, and it's terrible. And fortunately, we have a great Republican leader in Pennsylvania. He's a really fair guy and a really something. And there's also a moral clause. They you know, and I've heard this for a couple of years with the delegates in Pennsylvania. If you win, there's a moral obligation that you're supposed to vote for the one who wins, which sort of makes sense, right? And, you know, I refuse to say in this room, because I say it outside and I get standing ovations, but this is a room I won't do it. But it's a rigged system. It's a rigged system, okay? It's a horrible, horrible, disgusting system. And, you know, I see this Bernie Sanders. I'm not a fan of Bernie Sanders, by the way. But I see that he's, you know, wins a lot, and he never has a chance of winning. He had a streak where he won about 10 in a row, and every time you'd watch the pundits, they'd say, oh, he can't win. It's not. You know, he's way behind. Because they have a thing called superdelegates. Well, ours is more sophisticated because you don't know how badly rigged it is, okay? With a superdelegate, it's obvious. You know, they hand her all these superdelegates. And by the way, do I look forward to beating her? Do we look forward to winning? Do we look forward to winning? I mean, if she's allowed to run, there's a big question. Will she be? I personally think she's being protected by the Democrats, and she'll be allowed to run, but we'll see what happens. So what we've done is we've really, I mean, we won New York with almost 62% of the vote, which was unprecedented, and got almost 100% of the delegates. So 95 delegates, we got them almost all. And then the next week we had the 5, and we won them all in landslides. And actually, Lion Ted, you know, and I think we have a couple of fans, but Lion Ted did not do too well in New York, folks. You know, he's hovering around the 10% mark. You got to do better than that if you're going to collect all these delegates on the second battle. How would you like to be in a position where we're in Cleveland, and we're having the whole deal, and it's going fine, and for some reason, and don't worry about it, we get it. I think we have it easily. But for some reason, it goes to a second ballot. And somebody on the second ballot, because they wine and dine delegates, who has 5 million less votes, because by the time we finish, and we're scheduled to do very well in California, I guess you've seen that, but really well. Yeah, really well. Last poll I saw, I'm at 49%, which is great. And there's a lot of like 20s and a 19 or something. But we're doing well. I don't want to even say it because you got to go out and work, especially my people sitting in this section. They got to work. Why don't we just pretend we're tied, okay? And that is a problem, and I've seen it. All my life I've dealt with politicians, and somebody will come into my office, the best politicians, they come into my office and they say, Donald, I say, how you doing? I'm tied. And he always says, I'm tied, and then he'll win by 25 points. But he says he has to motivate himself by saying he's tied. He even sometimes says, I'm losing, Donald, but I'm going to win. But we have picked up so many votes over the last period of time. And in fact, I was just watching the networks today, and they have a chart that I think it's already happened, but in the history of primaries, Republican primaries, I've gotten the most votes in the history of the Republican Party. Right? And we haven't even hit some of the big states yet, which is sort of an amazing thing. So we're really on a path that's incredible. And yesterday, I thought Ted did something which was really quite good. It was record-setting. It's never happened before in the history of politics. He has no path to victory. It's impossible for him to win with the votes. The only way he can possibly win is if things go terribly wrong and he goes through to the back door and he bought all of these delegates. And I will never use the word bribe. I would never use a word like bribe. So if he bribed the delegates, but I don't call bribe. And then think of this. Think of the RNC and Reince, who's a good man, by the way. And Jim is a good man. Did Jim do a good job? Where's Jim? Where is Jim? He did such a great job. You know, he called me, he said, Mr. Trump, would you do me a favor? Would you take maybe 10, 15 pictures? I say, absolutely, Jim. So I'm just coming through dirt and mud and under fences. See, you all walk through the lobby. I go under fences. I'm coming through. I'm looking at myself. I'm trying to get all the dust and everything off. And the 20 people that he told me about turned out to be about, what, 600, 700 people? My hand. I'm shaking hands, taking pictures, shaking hands. So that's why he's a great leader, right, Jim? Good going. I hope they paid a lot of money, Jim. But no, in the history of the Republican Party, there's never been anything like this. And then what Ted did, and yesterday in Indiana, which is an incredible place with incredible people, Bobby Knight, the great Bobby Knight, endorsed me. How good is that? And he's going to be with me all Sunday and Monday, and we are having a good time. He's some guy. He's a winner. You know, that's what we need now. We need winners. We have to win. Our country doesn't win anymore, and we have to win. We have to win. But Cruz did something that I've never seen, because he picked a vice presidential person, Carly. He picked Carly, and I like Carly. But, you know, when she left, she had no votes. Was she one? Jim, was she 1 or was she 0? But she had no votes. And you know what? Maybe it's a good move. Who knows? I'll let you know in about a month, all right? I don't think so. But the worst move was making a deal with Kasich. So they make this deal. I get a call 2 days ago from a number of people, and we have to do a PR statement. It's 11:45 in the evening. They said, oh, Mr. Trump, what happened? They merged. Who? Kasich and Cruz. I said, they did? I said, that's a good thing. It shows total weakness. It shows illegal collusion. You know, in business, you get put in jail. Politics, you can do anything you want, right? I said, but it shows such ineptitude and such weakness. And what's the deal? The deal is that Cruz will take Indiana and Kasich, and now he's sitting there eating. You know, he's eating. Doing a news conference and piling pancakes into his mouth. I never saw anything like it. My son said, my little boy, Barron, he said, Daddy, that's disgusting. I never saw a man eat like that. I've never seen a man eat while he's doing a news conference either. Did you ever see him do a news conference without eating? So these two guys formed an alliance because, think of it, I've been doing this for 9 months. I'm so honored. And you have these two politicians, they've been doing it sort of all their lives, right? I mean, Kasich approved NAFTA, which, by the way, emptied out your state. I hate to tell you, emptied out every state. But Kasich and Cruz is fine with the Chinese money manipulation. He's going to allow that to happen. Can't do that because that's how they're killing us. Devaluation of their money and their currency is killing, absolutely killing this country. Not only China, but many other places. You can't allow it. He wants to allow it. So there are a lot of things going on. Now, you want to know why he wants to allow it? Just ask the donors, ask the special interests, ask the people, because Believe me, I've seen deals that are made, and these deals are, the politicians are very smart. You'd be amazed. But a lot of people ask me, how come they do these things? And it's largely because of the donors and the special interests, and I'm self-funding my campaign. So that's a big, big difference, okay? Nobody's going to tell me what to do. But they formed this alliance, and already, like the next morning, it's formed. Everyone's talking. Big deal. They formed. They formed it to beat a guy that's been a politician for 9 months. Okay, me. And after it's formed, it's all done. And Kasich announces, no, I want people in Indiana to vote for me. That wasn't supposed to be the deal. They were supposed to vote for Cruz here and in Oregon, which, by the way, a poll just came. I'm killing everybody in Oregon. I'm killing them, which is an amazing place. But in a couple of other places, that's Kasich. So, you know, they're working the system. That's what I said. It's rigged, right? Rigged. So they're working the system. And about 10 hours goes by, and Kasich announces, essentially, he's not doing the deal. And then Cruz today said, no, there's no deal. These are politicians, folks. They can't make a deal. How are they going to deal with China? How are they going to do it? So we have now a big moment coming up in Indiana, and we feel very good about it, and we'll see. I mean, because I think that deal was such a disaster. As soon as I heard it, I said, that's the end of them, both of them. I mean, Kasich has won. He's won for 48 or 42. It doesn't matter when you're at that, whether it's 40, I guess it's 42. But that includes islands. But he's won for 42. And if you think about it, Dr. Ben Carson, who's an incredible guy who endorsed me, by the way, was doing much better. Ben was doing much better than Kasich. And if you think about it, Chris Christie was doing better. Marco Rubio has more delegates right now, and he left a month ago. And he still has more delegates. And others. These people could have hung in for a much longer period of time. And who knows? I mean, you know, based on this theory. It's a little like a spoiled child. I don't care, Mom. I'm staying here. I'm not leaving. No, it's like ridiculous what's going on. So bottom line is he is staying in, which some people say is good for me. I actually would rather have him get out. But Cruz will then have to get out also because he doesn't have the vote. So it's coming to an end. I think it's going to come to an end very soon. And really, and I speak to the people in this room, because there has to be unity in our party. There has to be unity in our party. And if they're not, it's going to be, if there's not unity, and I mean really good solidarity, unity, relationship, friendship. We have people like Jim where they do such a good job all over the country. We have some great people. But there should be and there has to be unity. Now, with that being said, would I win? Can I win without it? I think so, to be honest. I think so, because they're going to vote for me. They're not voting for, Jeb Bush didn't support you. Big deal. I care, okay? I heard him on television yesterday. Low energy, very low energy. But I heard him on, I wouldn't say this, but I saw him on one of the shows yesterday. I do not consider him a conservative. Folks, I'm a conservative, but at this point, who cares? We got to straighten out the country. I mean, give me a break. And a couple of the shows were saying that today. I mean, look, I am a conservative. I'm very conservative on a lot of things, and I'm actually very conservative on trade. A lot of the conservatives, the geniuses that have absolute, they have high IQ and no brain power, they sit back and they say, free trade. I say free trade, too. I love free trade. The problem is our leaders are not smart people, or our leaders are taken care of by the special interests, their lobbyists, all the people with the money, the campaign people, and we're not making good deals. And when you have China with a $500 billion a year trade deficit, and when you have Mexico with a trade deficit of $58 billion, I say, by the way, we'll build the wall. The wall's going to cost $10 billion. It's real easy to figure out. When we have a trade deficit with Mexico of $58 billion, it's really, really easy to figure out how that. And when I get off the debate stage, a couple of months ago, one of the folks came up. They said, "You're not really going to build a wall." I said, "Yeah, actually, it's real easy." And I always talk about, I always build a wall. I always talk about China. 2,000 years ago, they built a wall that's 13,000 miles long. We have a wall where we actually need, it's 2,000 miles, but we actually only need, because of natural barriers, we only need 1,000 miles. So 2,000 years ago, they could do 13,000. Today, we can't do 1,000. So he says, you can't build a wall. It's so easy. Oh, I can just see that beautiful precast plank. Well, good solid foundations, nice and high, make this ceiling look like a little low ceiling, boy. If anybody gets up there, they're going to say, man, how do we get down? See the way they go over our little fences? These guys are amazing. They climb over. It's like it's not even there. They go through it, over it. They go, it's not going to happen with with what we're going to do. But we have to do it. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally, folks. Otherwise, we don't have a country. We don't have a country. So we have to get together as a party, because it's a tougher road, the presidency, for the Republicans. I don't know if people talk about this, but it really is. It's a tougher road for a Republican than it is for a Democrat. The road is tougher. It's not as easy. And you really have to pick somebody that knows what's happening, that's really, really good. I accept the position now, Molly. And I'll bring things into play that nobody else is going to bring. As an example, New York is big. I won it with landslide numbers. I beat everybody by, 38 points or something like that, the second place. And much more than that. Let's see, if Cruz got like 12, and if I got 62, does that mean I beat him by 50 points? And then he's going to run and represent us because he got those delegates to go on the second to give me a break. So here's the thing. We bring New York into play. Now, New York, no Republican, except for me, no Republican will go to New York to campaign, okay? No Republican will go to Michigan to campaign. Republicans will never beat Hillary in Florida. I will. You saw I won Florida in a landslide. I'll win Pennsylvania. Most Republicans will never win Pennsylvania. Probably, I don't think any Republican can win Pennsylvania. So I'm going, and this is, they cover this. And now, by the way, the polls are coming out where I'm leading or even with Hillary. Hey, and I wrote this, look, I had this, listen to this, 55,000 negative ads as of 2 months ago. Now it's up to exactly 60,000 negative ads. And then I watched Kasich go, he does great against Hillary. He didn't have one ad. Give him about 4 ads, and he goes down like a rock, okay? Same thing with Cruz. But now the polls are coming out where I'm even. You saw them, they're all now, I'm even. One has me up, but they're even. I don't want to even be up right now. It's going to be, I just look so forward to doing it. I started with 17 people, right? 17, there were actually 18. If you include Gilmore. Did anybody get that? So let's say there were 18. I mean, there were. So we had 18 people, we had 17 people that I had to beat, one by one. And when I first came in, they said, the geniuses back here, brilliant guys, they get paid for knowing nothing. So what happens? They'd say, Krauthammer, he won't run. How about this Karl Rove? Is he the dumbest human being on earth? He still thinks Romney won the election, I'm telling you. Romney won. Remember him? No, Romney won. He's 5 million votes behind. He's going to make a comeback, but we're up to 98%. No, Romney won. These are the people. You got to go a different way, folks, because these people are leading you right into the middle of a very bad desert. And we're going to win. But the truth is, we're going to win in a way that nobody's seen before. We're going to win so strong. We're going to be so strong. We're going to be so smart. Again, ideally, we're going to be together. I think I will win even if we're not together. I mean, there are some people I honestly don't want their endorsement. I just don't want it. I've watched all my life as a politician. They just kill each other, right? They hate each other with a passion. They say the worst things about each other. They say things that you could never say and recover. And one loses, one wins. And then they say at the end, right? You know what I'm saying? Well, I want to congratulate Jim. He ran a brilliant campaign, and I will be behind him 100%. He's a great person, a great man. And I'm saying to myself, they were saying the worst things. Well, things get said. Here's the difference. Like with Ted Cruz, he's a wonderful guy. I don't want to, I mean, if he wants to endorse me, that's fine, but I don't care. Does that make sense to you? A guy like Bush, I watched him yesterday on television, knocking me. Does he want to endorse me? Who knows? I don't care. It's not going to have any impact on whether or not we beat Hillary Clinton. It's not going to have any impact. But most of the party has to come together, and the smart people in the party have to come together, and we have smart people. We have really smart people. So we're going to hopefully close this thing out fairly soon. I think that, now that we cracked the 1,000 number, which is great, right? No, it's great. It's interesting, though. I'm up by 400 or so delegates. I'll be up by more than 500 when it's over, and we'll be up by 5 million votes, okay? And we're going to break, this coming week, we break the all-time record. And we'll break the all-time record by probably 4 million votes. I mean, nobody's ever seen anything like this. It's a movement. It's a great movement. Many, many people have come onto the Republican side. Many, many people. It's something that they're talking about all over the world. I've been on the cover of Time magazine numerous times this year, all because of the movement. Not me. It's because of the movement. And what's going to happen is going to be so special. We have to come together. We have to pick our nominee. We have to go out and do what we have to do. And I'm telling you, you are going to have an unbelievably good result in November. I started with 17 people. Governors, senators, people of accomplishment, some people of great accomplishment. And every week, boom, boom, boom. And believe me, I knocked them off. And every week, boom, we're down to 16, we're down to 14, we're down to 12, we're down to 11. And then I'd get 11 people, and I'd win a state. And I'd have 37% of the vote with 11 people. And these morons would say, but he didn't break 50. How the hell do you break 50 when you have 11 people and they're governors and senators? And now I'm breaking 50 you know what? I probably would have had 80 if you gave me the most popular guy out of the 11 or 14 that are left. Give me the most popular person, and I probably would have had 80-20. But you can't do it when you have that many people. So now, even though we have 3, we're into the 60s. That's sort of an amazing number. But I just want to tell you, you people have been fantastic. On June 7th, you have a big, big day, because the world is going to be watching. The world is watching pretty much every Tuesday. And this next Tuesday in Indiana, where I'm going now, is going to be a biggie. But I will tell you, and those people are incredible people, and they want to see, really, they want to see something that's going to be, they want to see victory. They want to see Bobby Knight. They want to see victory. And that's why it was so great getting his endorsement, because I love people that win. And we're going to start winning again. We don't win anymore. And by the way, I can add something. The Republican Party, in a presidential sense, doesn't win anymore. You pick your standard cookie cutters. I can tell you already, just give me the name of the person, and I'll tell you exactly what states he's going to win and what states he's going to lose. I'm different, because I'm going to win states that nobody else can. And when I can focus on Hillary, as I say, crooked Hillary, when I focus on Hillary, she'll go down easier than any of the people we just beat. So I just want to thank everybody. I know they're waiting. They're going to take me under a fence, through a field. Oh, you have no idea the route they have planned for me to get out of here. But I love you folks. And Jim, I want to thank you. And Joel and everybody, I want to thank you all. Thank you, folks. Go out. Remember, June 7th. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, I guess I just realized that the mic was not on when I was talking to you guys. This is Sami. I just wanted to say, Donald Trump wrapped up. You're looking at a live look at the White House. This is where Donald Trump wants to move into come 2016. But someone who may prevent him from moving in would be possibly, if you believe it, Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz making his big announcement that he's teaming up with Carly Fiorina. Made that announcement this week. This morning he held a press conference talking about the endorsement he had by the Indiana governor.
At this point, the two critical issues are, number one, positive solutions to jobs, freedom, and security, and number two, unity. We are seeing the Republican Party unite behind this campaign this week. I announced my vice presidential nominee, Carly Fiorina, an incredibly well-respected business leader, someone who rose from being a secretary all the way to being the CEO of the largest technology company in the world, the first woman CEO of a Fortune 20 company in history. Carly is someone who has shattered glass ceilings her entire life. She is someone that is ready to step in and lead and to be an integral part of this team, providing a vision to bring jobs back to America, to raise wages, to expand opportunity, to turn around the disaster of the Obama-Clinton economy, and also to defend the Constitution and Bill of Rights and to keep America safe, to defeat radical Islamic terrorism. We need a commander-in-chief who is up to the task, who understands the threats facing this world, and is prepared to do everything necessary to keep America safe. Carly.
Well, thank you. I was so delighted to be in Indianapolis when I accepted with great humility and pride, both at the same time, the offer to serve as Ted Cruz's running mate. I think we are engaged in a fight for the soul of our party. I think values and principles and policies actually matter. And I don't think you can just slap an R on your jersey and say that you're a Republican, much less a conservative. Donald Trump doesn't represent me, he doesn't represent my party, and I don't think he represents the people of the Hoosier State. And both he and Hillary Clinton will be disastrous for this nation. And so I think we're engaged in a fight for the soul of our party and the future of our nation. And I am so delighted to stand in the breach with the man that I think must be our nominee and must be our president. And so I call on the people of the Hoosier State to stand with us, to fight with us, because we are at a crossroads for our party and for our nation, and the Hoosier State is right at that crossroads.
Senator, is Governor Pence going to endorse you today?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I did see the tweet that Greg Garrison sent out of a major announcement coming on his show at 12:06 p.m. today. I know I'm going to be listening. I would encourage other folks to listen as well. You know, I will say this. I have tremendous respect for Governor Mike Pence. He has been an incredible leader for the state of Indiana. You know, he's really demonstrated that when you cut taxes, when you reduce regulations, the result is that jobs follow. We've seen jobs, we've seen private sector jobs growing in Indiana. Even as the rest of the country has been suffering, Indiana has seen remarkable growth. Imagine how much better the job growth would be in Indiana if you didn't have the federal government like an 800-pound weight holding down job creation, if you didn't have the federal government driving jobs overseas, jobs like the jobs at Carrier that are going to Mexico because of the Obama administration's taxes and regulations driving jobs overseas. I think Governor Mike Pence is an optimistic, positive, unifying force, a strong leader who I respect. You know, when he was in Congress, he was a strong leader in Congress, standing up and defending conservative principles, defending the Constitution, and as governor, he's been an extraordinary governor, and so I look forward with anticipation to seeing whatever announcement he makes today just after noon.
What would Pence's endorsement mean to your campaign?
Well, as I said, I respect Governor Pence a great deal. I would enthusiastically welcome his support. And I will say that what we are seeing happening across the country is we're seeing Republicans unifying. You know, of the 17 Republicans who started this campaign, 5 have endorsed our campaign. Obviously, Carly is my running mate, but we also have the support of Rick Perry, of Lindsey Graham, of Jeb Bush, and Governor Scott Walker. I mean, that is a wonderfully diverse array of the entire Republican Party, of principled conservatives, of people who love this nation. And we have got to unite. Listen, our party's divided right now. If we remain divided, we will lose. And if you look at, one of the things that gives me great comfort is that this race is going to be decided not in the media newsrooms in New York City, not in the lobbyist conference rooms in Washington, D.C. This race is going to be decided, the Indiana race is going to be decided by the common sense good judgment, the Midwestern common sense of Hoosiers. That gives me a great deal of comfort. I think the people of Indiana, they want to unite, they want our party to come together, and I think the people of Indiana want a positive, optimistic campaign, not a campaign based on insults and attacks and cursing. And I'm encouraged by that.
By the way, if I could just add, I was actually interested to see an endorsement the other day by Mike Tyson for Donald Trump. And, you know, Donald Trump saying, wow, all the tough guys are endorsing me. Sorry, I don't consider a convicted rapist a tough guy. And I think it says a lot about Donald Trump's campaign and his character that he is standing up and cheering for an endorsement by Mike Tyson.
Senator, you've said previously that Governor Kasich has pulled out of Indiana. Are you saying that you also have withdrawn from New Mexico and Oregon as well?
Well, as we announced last week, Governor Kasich and I agreed to focus our energy on the respective states where we thought it made sense. So the media did a lot of reports about this grand alliance. There never was a grand alliance, but we made a decision that Governor Kasich was going to pull out of Indiana, and we were going to go all in Indiana. And the other end of that agreement was that we were not going to focus our time and resources on Oregon and New Mexico, and Kasich was going to go all in those states. And that was an agreement of allocation of resources that I think made sense from our campaign's perspective and made sense from his campaign's perspective. The media did everything they could to breathlessly describe it as some sort of grand alliance. It was simply a decision where to focus time and resources. And I'll tell you the reason we made that decision, because I think Indiana is incredibly important. I think the people of this state, the country is depending on Hoosiers right now. Listen, as a party and as a nation, we're at the edge of a cliff. We are close to going over that cliff, and I think the consequences of this party making the wrong nomination, nominating a candidate who agrees with Hillary Clinton on issue after issue after issue. If we get this wrong, if we go to November, and the choice on the ballot in November for the country consists of two big government New York liberals, two rich elite liberals who believe in Washington, both of whom support Planned Parenthood. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton both support Planned Parenthood, both of whom supported Bill Clinton's ban on many of the most popular firearms in America, both of whom are campaigning on raising taxes on Americans, both of whom support the individual mandate in Obamacare, both of whom have said they would be neutral between Israel and the Palestinians, and both of whom would keep in place this disastrous Iranian nuclear deal. I think if the Republican Party ends up nominating a candidate who, just like Hillary Clinton, is a Washington insider, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton are both the essence of the Washington establishment. Both of them have gotten rich buying and selling influence in Washington. You know, there was a reason yesterday that John Boehner praised both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. If you want to see more leaders in the Republican Party like John Boehner, then Donald Trump is your guy. That's right. If you want to see more leaders like Harry Reid and Nancy Pelosi, both of whom Donald Trump has given very, very big checks to, then Donald Trump is your guy. But whether it is Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton or John Boehner, people are fed up with the corruption of Washington, that they all get rich, and the working men and women of this country get left behind. I believe the people of Indiana want someone who stands with the working men, who don't look at Indiana as flyover country, the way Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton do, but instead look at it as America's heartland, the values we need to get back to. If we get back to Indiana values, this country turns around.
One more thing on this. Just to be clear, a vote for John Kasich is a vote for Donald Trump, because John Kasich has absolutely no path to the nomination. Not now, not at a contested convention. So I think the people of this state need to understand, if you want to beat Hillary Clinton and you want a conservative who's going to stand in the White House for you and fight with you, then you got to vote for Ted Cruz. John Kasich is throwing your vote away.
All right, thank
Senator,
you all.
let me back up
Appreciate
to
it.
radicalism
Last
for a
question.
second, if I could. This is an issue where you appear to be in sync with Donald Trump and not with Hillary Clinton. You both talked in terms of, let's see, is that you in the dark, et cetera. Where do you see daylight between the two of you, and what's step two after about that?
Well, thank you for that question. It's a very important question, the threat of radical Islam, and sadly, no, Donald Trump and I are not in sync on this issue. Donald's views on foreign policy are dangerously naive, weak, and isolationist. It's worth remembering Donald Trump advocated America withdrawing from NATO. He did that the day before the Brussels terror attack. Of course, NATO is headquartered in Brussels. If we actually did what Donald suggests and withdrew from NATO, it would be handing a huge victory to Putin and a huge victory to ISIS. ISIS would dance in the street celebrating that Donald Trump has caused America to turn tail and run from Europe and abandon Europe. Donald Trump gave a speech this week on foreign policy. It was supposed to be his grand foreign policy speech. By all appearances, it was written by Washington lobbyists, which I guess shouldn't be surprising, because Donald Trump's campaign is run by Washington lobbyists. His lobbyist campaign manager has lobbied for some of the worst dictators and torturers in the world. Yanukovych, a corrupt dictator, was Donald Trump's campaign manager's client for many, many years. Indeed, Donald Trump's lobbyist campaign manager was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars by the Saudis to lobby against Israel and against moving the American embassy to Jerusalem. And if you look at this foreign policy speech, it is a woefully naive speech. Now, Donald was reading it. There's no indication that he knows anything that was in it. He did talk to us helpfully about the country of Tanzania, which I will be curious to hear him explain to me what exactly Tanzania is. That's not a country with which I'm familiar. But, you know, in that speech, he said on ISIS, he had a plan for ISIS. He's just not going to tell us. Now, sadly, that's almost word for word what Obama says. Obama stands up and says, we don't have a strategy on ISIS. Well, Donald Trump and Obama have the same non-strategy, the secret plan to win that's so double super secret that he's not going to tell anybody. I know it is surprising to Donald Trump, but tweeting ugly pictures at ISIS is not going to cause them to go away. Yelling and screaming and cursing at them and telling them what big hands you have is not going to cause ISIS to go away. What will cause ISIS to go away is a commander-in-chief who unleashes the full force and fury of American military might on defeating them. And Donald Trump's comments on the Iranian nuclear deal. Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton agree on the Iranian nuclear deal. Just this week in the speech, Donald said he would keep this agreement in place because we have to honor our commitments. No, Donald, we do not have to honor Barack Obama's misguided commitments that endanger America and endanger Israel. That is purely an executive agreement. I'm not sure Donald knows what an executive agreement is, but it was not confirmed by the Senate. It wasn't passed into law, which means the next executive can change it. And you want a clear difference between Donald and me? On day one, I will rip to shreds this catastrophic Iranian nuclear deal, because when the Ayatollah Khamenei chants death to America, he means it. And the threat of an Iranian nuclear weapon, one nuclear weapon in the atmosphere above America could set off an EMP, an electromagnetic pulse, take down the electrical grid on the entire eastern seaboard, cost tens of millions of lives. We need a president who understands those threats. Let me make one final point on this. It's now been 49 days since the last Republican debate. The Democrats have debated, Hillary Clinton has debated, Bernie Sanders has debated. What does it say that Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders respect the voters more than Donald Trump does? I think the people of Indiana deserve a debate. Here in Indiana, I've accepted 2 debate invitations here in Indiana. And what Donald is saying to Hoosiers is he doesn't respect you enough. He doesn't care enough about the opinion of the men and women in this state to show up and debate. And you know what? We ought to talk about foreign policy. We ought to let Donald stand up and explain why he believes we should cut the military aid to Israel. That's what he's advocated, that we should make Israel pay big time. I think that's profoundly misguided. But yet Donald doesn't respect the voters enough to give them a debate. What Carly and I are doing, we're barnstorming the state. We're on a bus tour, traveling the state, asking for the support of the men and women of Indiana. And I believe any candidate, before he or she is elected, needs to look people in the eyes, needs to answer their questions, needs to show the humility to subject yourself to the scrutiny of the people. That is what we are doing. And I hope and believe that the good judgment of Hoosiers will pull this country back from the brink. I believe the country is depending on Indiana to bring some sober common sense, some careful, considered judgment, instead of going down a rash course of action that is endangering this country.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, guys, that's a wrap on this Ted Cruz video that we had from earlier. I'm going to go ahead and play for you guys some videos that Ron and I have been doing together because they're entertaining and they go on our Facebook page. One moment while I pull it up for you. Stand by, guys. Videos from Ron and SK. Hey everyone, Samia Khan and Ron Hoon here to break down one of this morning's top talkers. Ron, you've heard about this, obviously.
Yeah.
John Kasich and Ted Cruz teaming up to take down Donald Trump.
Samia, there was once in our history a long time ago something they called the corrupt bargain, where two politicians got together to ace another man out. Andrew Jackson, it kept him from the presidency. Donald Trump this morning has got to be waking up feeling like Andrew Jackson. The fact that Ted Cruz and John Kasich are going to do whatever they can, apparently within the rules,
right,
to keep him from getting the nomination has got to have him frosted.
Well, let's talk about what exactly they're doing. So both campaigns issued statements essentially saying that, Cruz's camp was going to focus their resources on Indiana, and Kasich's camp was going to focus their efforts out west in Oregon and New Mexico. Basically, they feel like if they just concentrate on the states where they're polling well, there's a higher likelihood that they may prevent Trump from getting the 1,237 delegates needed to lock in that nomination.
Now, it makes you wonder what's going to happen tomorrow, because we have the Tuesday vote in some of these states where most of the polls that I see, Trump is still so far ahead in these New England states or the northeastern states. I don't think it's going to make much difference. And frankly, I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference even in the overall race. That's my take.
So you don't think it's going to be a big deal? Because Trump is pretty upset. He tweeted about it last night. His tweets included the phrase totally desperate in reference to Ted Cruz and John Kasich. He tweeted again this morning, 1 for 38
1
Kasich.
for 38 Kasich. So now that doesn't have quite the same ring to it as just Lion Ted, but the whole question is whether or not it can actually change the outcome of Donald Trump being the GOP nominee. It's weird to think that they're going to be friends right now, because they will be, if this works, they will be the biggest of enemies.
So I'm wondering what the viewers out there think. Is this fair to Donald Trump? I know a lot of people on Twitter are kind of thinking it isn't really fair, but technically it's legal. So what do you guys think? Let us know in the comment section below right here on Facebook. And join us for more news now on fox10phoenix.com.
We'll be looking for your comments right here.
All right, guys, that was one video that Ron and I did for our Facebook page. We've been doing one every single day. We actually have another video coming out in a few hours. In the meantime, I did want to show you some of the videos we've already produced. So how about this one about Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump telling Bernie, hey, you should run it as an independent. Now the question for today is, should Bernie Sanders take Donald Trump's advice and run as an independent? I'm Samia Khan, joined by our political expert, Ron Hoon.
Yeah, I really like that nickname. If that's, I'll be the unofficial political expert, Samia, because this is such a great topic.
Right, so on the screen you guys are looking at a tweet that was sent by Trump yesterday. Trump tweeted this even before yesterday's primary election results.
Yeah.
Trump basically saying, Bernie Sanders is not being treated well by the Democratic Party. Bernie, you should run as an independent.
And it's actually a really valid point. After all the media talk about, is Donald Trump being treated fairly? Is he being treated fairly by the Republican establishment, et cetera? Why isn't there more talk about whether Bernie Sanders is being treated fairly with a system that actually builds in hundreds of delegates that are going to go in almost 100% fashion for the establishment candidate, meaning Hillary Clinton. So the question is, does Bernie feel like the process treated him fairly, and will he actually consider running as an independent? Because if he does, he is the one man, SK, who holds the entire presidential race in his hands, I truly believe. I do think Donald's going to get the Republican. I do think that Hillary's going to get the Democratic. But if Bernie Sanders runs as an independent, that changes everything.
But at the end of the day, I think Trump knows if Bernie runs as an independent, that's going to take votes away from Hillary, and then he has this election on lock. And I think that's why he's pushing Bernie Sanders to do it.
No, there's no doubt.
And then you hear from Bernie Sanders' wife, who spoke out about this yesterday, saying, you know what, we're not going to run as an independent because we can't be a spoiler and we can't afford a Republican in the White House.
But I just keep going back to this interview I heard from a longtime reporter who covered him all the way back in his earliest days getting into politics in Vermont. And he said, Bernie Sanders, the one thing he has always wanted to do is lead a movement. I almost think that he thinks that he has generated so much momentum and so much enthusiasm. This is his one moment in life to make it happen.
That's a fair argument. So the question is, should Bernie run as an independent? We want your thoughts. We're reading your comments. We're checking Facebook all the time.
It's right
Ron
down
and I,
here, right?
we're texting each other. Did you read so-and-so's comments? So make sure to let us know what your take is in the comment section below. All right, guys, looks like we're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to go ahead and do a restart on this. Give me a second while I go ahead and try to figure this out. Stand by.
You can double down and talk about how bad everything is, and with no answers to what you're going to do about it. You can just keep saying, you know, we're a bunch of losers. I mean, let me ask you a question. I mean, where would you rather live than in America? I mean, we are the creators of